Well,
would be smarter.
in Riot, people used to back access those files and switch them out, just where, yeah. If it didn't run in the background, it wouldn't be fluid, so they wouldn't be able to sense it. You could just, open up a notepad and change it up, and all of a sudden you have the advantage. Oh, dude, I've done my fair share.
Damn it!
I do it for performance. Yep. It's usually just locked. Yeah. Like one day they might use it, but they just chose not to activate it.
Yeah, it's fine. Just playing a match right now.
Still.
It's 9-3 right now.
Oh man, let's go play Smite. Well, at least you're streaming it. A BRB screen. Yeah. I think it should be.
Yeah, I just got a drop from watching Sea of Thieves, so that's cool.
You got to drop 4 Sea of Thieves by watching Sea of Thieves?
Yeah, I got a Kanan skin, so that's pretty cool.
And you want to know how I got a beta key for this? Or I watched Riot Games play Riot's game, Valorant.
Wow, cool.
Like, okay.
I watched like 10, 15 streamers just try to get a key. It took me 5 days. Like, jeez.
And I watched the Riot channel, which has way too many people viewing on it, and in less than 30 minutes, all of a sudden, and I don't even chat. And all of a sudden, I get access granted.
It's lucky.
Hey man. Hey, I just think Riot recognizes who I am. You know, all the years. Man, yeah, that's what I'm hoping. But even though I read otherwise, but
Fudge!
when you spend 10+ years on a game, you expect that. Man, the amount of money that I've invested over 10 years in the League of Legends compares to people in World of Warcraft inputting their money. Like, I didn't have, back when I smoked cigarettes, I didn't have time to dash a cigarette, No, it's not. Ashes all over the floor. You got a pile there. Dude, that smell stays, man. Oh man, I can't handle that anymore. Yeah. And you go home and you walk to the other room and you smell it just as potent. And then you realize it's in your hair. Somehow it's in your clothes. It's like, what? Oh, yeah. You're like a 90s punk rocker. Right after a mosh pit. Yeah. I mean, I went to the 90s punk rock. I mean, I'm not ancient.
'80s punk rock was longer hair.
Yeah. Well, that's because they pulled from the classic rock genre, too. They wanted to be more like Heart, no? I picked the softest. But oh, I'm gonna test up too. Alexa, set the air conditioner to 70. Oh, that's right. I called it living room. Alexa, set living room to 70.
Why does my OBS keep changing my
Sweet.
input device? I don't like that. All right. So Bori got the message. That's good,
That's what
man.
Discord does to me. Yeah, man.
All time.
Right? It took about as long as it took Jim the other night to download Sea of Thieves.
It's downloaded now, and I got to update everything, so we're good.
Fuck.
Yes, yeah.
Me. Gotta go back.
Come on, Bori, lose already. Stop carrying your game.
He's already the MVP. He's trying to keep it.
Man,
I'm like 15.
game doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, man. Just
It's
Trick Live
11
matter.
to 3.
try hard.
I know.
Bring your sweaty hands over here. You're so sweaty, we need a dehumidifier.
Whoa. That is interesting.
Let's get one more. Come on.
One more. What's the score now, Bori?
Bueno más.
12-3.
What domination?
Well, that's good. That's good.
All right, but who did the most on your team?
All right, guys. Here we go. We're finally gonna be making some
Guy
progress here,
Ace,
guys.
the anime girl.
All right, so we don't have to. We can't sit here and think you were number one. All right.
Hmm.
You guys wiped the floor. Two good people. You know. What place did you make? Third, fourth.
Second place though.
Okay.
So he's second carrier.
Yep, 2 carries. Man,
It's a way. It's the way to do it.
Is that what it's gonna be like when we face a match right now? We're gonna be facing people like that.
Yeah.
Our first match against Summit 1G.
Oh yeah, no, it's
You know what I really want to do though. I really want to I don't know, maybe go out of town or something and capture some people and then put them in a basement, lock them up, and just be like,
I want to play a game.
"What do you think?"
Whoever wins Valorant.
Huh?
Whoever wins Valorant gets to go free.
Right.
Oh no, better with that voice. Whoever wins a game of Valorant, whoever tops in Valorant, gets to choose the next person to die.
You can only succeed if you're able to win this round, which will give you the opportunity to live. The choice is yours.
You have 10 minutes to figure out Streamlabs.
Right. Oh man.
You have 1 hour to put together this computer. I understand you have no experience.
Shit. So, I don't know, man. I forgot what I was saying. I was saying it, and then I forgot what I was saying.
You were talking about killing people, kidnapping them. You know,
Yeah. Why would I talk? Oh wait. Oh.
because you're a joker. You know.
Wait. Oh, add friend. Oh snap. So why is it that? Okay. See, that's what I'm saying. So it's a glitch in their system, but we got
as a
workarounds.
Trix streamer, as a Twitch streamer, I do not condone. I do not sponsor. I do not condone murdering and kidnapping people. I must say that on my side.
Right. Oh, that's your other platform. Yeah, completely forgot. I'm sorry. Okay, so we got 4 of us, guys. Oh my god, we actually got a squad. This is gonna be so much better now. Is everybody ready? You got your controls set up. You got your sensitivity levels. Your all that good stuff.
Yeah, Bob.
I am so scared right now.
Me too. Mira. It was good in the day 1 of playing it, but I know now that there's gonna be try hard. So
You're well invoked in the art of PC keyboards. So
Right, absolutely.
you're a god among men.
Okay, so
Yeah, let's do a custom 2v2 real quick.
Oh,
custom
man.
2v2.
I'm down.
All right, let's
Dude,
go.
I'm down with custom games because I don't
We need
Warm
two.
up
We
a
need
little bit.
we need 2 attackers. I need 1 more with me on this side.
Oh, dude. I don't think any of us want to go to your side. We all want to go to Bori.
Right.
Nobody wants to leave. That's fine.
Well, if it helps, I don't
Jim,
need
get your ass over there. You want to stay over there? You want to be on his butt?
How do I even switch?
Oh, you're talking in game.
I am.
Yep.
Already.
You muted me. That's mean, bruh.
I heard the double echo, so I was like,
Oh no, I have voice chat turned off in game.
Audio.
In the settings, you'll have to actually put push to talk. If not, it's set to voice activated.
Is that the VoIP Ducks music? No.
All right, I'm gonna put
Guide
it
me.
to
Voice chat,
voice
there we
chat.
Voice chat off. Because I don't even want to hear those guys.
Oh, for us too, we need to hear.
We're on Discord.
Yeah, but they're gonna hear us too.
They're gonna hear us on Discord? No, they're not.
Yeah.
How?
Because you're
Oh,
talking in game.
Go B. I wonder if freaking he heard that.
But you really think about it though, we're gonna have one random. So we own the lobby pretty much.
No, it's closed right now. It's only gonna be 2v2.
yeah, I hope it's just 2v2.
Oh no, I mean right now, yeah.
Trix needs an advantage, and so do I. I need to be able to hear him.
No one can hold their breath forever.
There, we could mute Jim and Trix.
I feel like I'm missing something here. What the heck? I like the music though, like it's like
Boom, 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 boom.
eh.
Bodies decompose after 12 hours in acid.
some reason.
There's no reason I know
Did
that.
my character just say the body decomposes after 12 hours of acid?
All right, are we gonna make a rule? We only can push one side, or what? Fuck it. All right, you guard A and I guard B. Y'all decide which one y'all going for.
Oh my gosh. Trying to remember the keys, and I'm accidentally pressing the wrong button. It's opening
Oh
up a window.
no, not the wrong button. Hey, what's up, Radar? Good morning, bro. Good morning.
All right, just watch that way, so that way they coming that way. I'm like,
Hold on a second. Discord is way too loud. I can't hear the game.
I can't hear game. I have Discord open and I don't have game volume. What happened? Is this what happens when you use Discord?
Put my other buttons
Just
for
let me-
audio.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
No!
Oh, thank you. I
Faster, wow.
I got one of you guys.
Fire needs oxygen.
Yeah, I was in the middle of changing Discord volume.
I know y'all walked right past me. That's why I'm like, okay.
I seen him in the corner.
I'm just sitting on the
Drake just walked right past you, like, oh shoot, I seen you, like, oh no.
Let's choke them.
Like, well, this is bad. He didn't see you. He doesn't.
Can't delay a third.
Let me know if you hear anything.
I don't hear any game volume. Crap.
One enemy remaining.
That was so bad.
One down.
I'm working on mouse and keyboard because I didn't have it properly set up the way I wanted to.
Toxins going up.
I have no game volume.
Toxin screen down.
Let me fix this while I'm doing that.
Yeah, why do you have no game volume?
I don't know. I'm guessing default audio.
Last player standing.
Wow. I ain't gonna lie, I was still rocking a handgun, so it's cool. Came fully automatic on me.
Boom, boom.
I heard him too. I heard his doop 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 footsteps.
Right? Wait, what the heck?
That gets my game audio.
Breathe deep.
Everything's working? Everything's working. Okay. Make sure here, guys. Yeah, I just want to make sure everything's working right now, guys. Okay, so here we go. Actually,
Last player standing.
oh. So close, guys. So close.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
30 seconds left.
The bike.
How did you see me?
Because I happened.
It's called field of view. Make sure you change it in your options.
You can't wait to fix half this stuff right now.
Right, right.
Sorry, Bory. I'll be
Oh, that's
back. I'm just glad I got the carry. Yeah. Everything is all in the wrong place.
Find that rhythm.
I hear smoke, so they're probably coming the left side. Don't forget
All right.
to hit control.
Wow. I'm giving 4K a try. It runs pretty good. At least for this game.
Ooh.
Hey, what's up, Thomas? How are you, bro? Welcome back to the stream, dude.
Toxins going up.
Thirty seconds left.
Wait, right here.
Last player standing.
Oh,
One enemy
yes.
remaining.
Toxin
On the
screen
right
down.
line.
Oh.
These smudgy walls.
Yeah. Hey, field of view. That's right. I forgot. Where was that?
Yeah, don't buy nothing. Don't buy nothing. Pick up the weapon I just dropped.
Look at Boy over here, selling all pro and stuff. Sharing items and everything like a true COD player. All right.
Their hope is their poison.
That's good, Thomas. I'm glad to see things are going great for you, man. I'm really happy for you, bro.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Don't get in my way.
A. Likely A.
Toxins going up.
They're running feels
Toxin screen down.
Hey, drone.
Toxins going up.
Well, I know where they at.
Right.
30 seconds left. One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
behind me. Fuck.
Now
I'm doing
with the
myself.
bullets.
Player
No! Oh!
10 seconds left.
Oh man, this.
Bori, you gotta go easy on these guys.
Jeez.
Right. Very true, guys. Very true.
Here,
Turn the
say that
lights
you
off
want
already.
something, I'll buy it for you. Oh, you got enough money, so you got it. I hate turning this fucking flag. I'm just fucking demolishing guys. You need a weapon? Here.
Hacks.
Can you drop that weapon? If you want to keep that sniper, go ahead.
Idiots, the spike, now.
I don't know the keys right now, man.
Me neither.
Yeah. Bori's really good, guys. He's really good at shooting.
Hey, behind us.
Toxins going up.
Behind us upstairs.
Yep.
Player standing.
Shot too much. I had to calm it down a bit.
Healing real quick.
Right, look at that, guys. Look at that. It looks like it's running pretty smooth, which is nice. I'm happy. Running really smooth, actually.
I'm doing so bad. My own smoke is kicking my ass.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
No, wait.
I'm at 30% CPU, 50% GPU. See? Oh!
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
Nice one, Jim. And right now we have Jim 13, and we got the board. Look, I see the big going at it. We don't know what's going to be going on. Who's actually going to get the next shot? We don't even know. Look like somebody's going to be in the room. Going to be looking at the room. Going to be shooting. Jim is down. That's okay.
Oh, man.
Right, here we go, guys. Next round. Let's go. Let's do this. Sniper.
Yeah, now we know what to play all day.
What?
This.
No, not really.
You just disguise it as
Oh,
you play something else.
This is literally the second game I played on there.
That we know of.
timed out. That happens?
It shouldn't, but you should be able to get back in.
Which time? Oopsie.
Yep, I know where they at. No, could you do that?
Prepare for hellfire!
Last player standing.
Stunt lock is annoying. That's probably the only thing I hate about this game is that stun lock.
Yeah, it's okay. What? There's another game that did that too. Oh,
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Sniped from below.
Out of my way.
Back in.
Below?
Yeah, below. He went up the rope.
10 seconds left.
what?
2 shots? Oh, wow. I see.
Jeez.
Here's a weapon for you.
Gotta go back with your shotgun.
Blah, 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 blah.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Player standing.
What?
One enemy remaining.
Upstairs. I need to change sensitivity back.
Yeah, my sensitivity got wonked up. I don't know why. I had to fix it too. I was sitting with my presets. Hey, what's up, Solid? How's it going, bro? Oh, my headphones in, guys.
So is my aim sensitivity moving?
Plug these bad
Look at
boys
this
in here
out.
really quick.
Look at this out.
Yeah, somebody is salty.
You ain't
Okay,
gotta
all
switch
right.
where,
Everybody's
like,
catching
in
up to you, though,
between
Solid. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. All right, guys, here we go. Let's do this.
rounds.
My sensitivity. Why is it all? We'll do this. Bum 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 bum.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Last player standing.
What?
Rocket
Ow.
area.
Yep, you rocket launched my ult.
Look them in the eyes when you kill them.
All right, here we go, guys.
I knew you were over there somewhere, just didn't know exactly where, so I kind of just guessed.
You rocket launched me, but I sniped yellow butt. You know what?
Switch it up a little bit, guys. You guys are doing great, though, guys.
Yeah, we might need the spike, but we don't really get it, use it anyways. So.
Oh shit! Didn't see you there.
Exterminated.
They finally killed me. Up top. Oh, they finally planted the spike. Oh my god.
Last player standing.
I tried to do the knife, guys. Look at those watch times, guys. There it are, 6 days. Look at that. Solid coming in with 2 hours, bro.
Go for the spike.
Gotta get your time up. But yeah, that's the stream elements one, guys. You can also do the hours. Hours is better. We use Trixzbot here. Wait, why is it not working?
You're not gonna make it.
No, they planted a B.
There we go. Look at that.
They planted a B.
Mm-hmm. See, 372 hours. Okay. Okay, and we won.
Yeah, that makes sense from where it came.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
It's easy to respect your elders.
Shoot.
Alright. We mute them too, so.
I'm not gonna do. Oh wait, it went down. It changed. Why did it change? Just do 14 port. Did it save? Why is it not? Ain't worried about it. Not saving. I don't know why it's not saving. Why does it do this to me?
One enemy
Amazing.
remaining.
Game.
You know,
I can never.
you guys are really getting lucky when it comes to this game sometimes. Like, I don't understand how you do.
Was it smoke? Was it
Here we
just?
go, guys.
Last player standing.
Dang it. Tricks are nowhere to be found either.
What the fuck is my...
Clutch. Last round in the half.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
All right, let's go. Yeah, my bad, Jim. I was trying to mess with my resolution. It's not letting me put it to 1440p. I don't know why. It's weird. Maybe I can't do it during the gameplay.
Also, yeah, I have to inventory.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Player standing.
Whoa!
Go get him. Satchel out.
That is trash. The burst of death.
Switching sides.
Oh, man.
You ripped something. You're like, what the fuck is that?
Goes in the back. No. And then I had a burst.
But you know what's weird though? Why do they have crosshair in this game? I don't understand. Like, that should have been removed. Like, Counter-Strike didn't have crosshair, right?
I'm not
I
sure.
don't think it did. It's like, I don't know why they brought it here. That's weird. I mean, every gun is different, I guess, but...
Why does the crash have to be so slow?
What?
Why does crashing have to be so slow?
Hurt those who hurt us.
Like floating.
Mm.
You can't properly teabag with that type of motion.
So quiet. Where are you guys?
Spike planted. One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
I'm 6. I have a turning problem.
Toxins going up.
This is not my game, guys. I'm just gonna say.
Toxin screen down. No need for this.
Sensitivity's too low.
All right. You guys are doing good, though. See, you guys are ready for online. Look at that. You guys are pros already.
Thanks for you.
Elsa, you're doing it too, bro. You wrecked me a few times.
Ready?
Increasing my sensitivity.
We'll bring it back.
Okay.
What's your DPI at?
Good question.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I didn't expect him to be there.
Last player standing.
No!
Yeah, Molly.
Okay, take
Oh.
a break, guys.
Nice. Why'd you tell him what I was gonna do?
My bad.
Who to smother
You
first?
still missed.
I mean, it's
All right, here we go. Get this next one in, guys.
It still killed me at the end though.
You gotta hit him or hit near him.
I hit near him. I killed him at the end.
After you was already dead.
Yeah, it's slow to do its job.
Yeah, it's good though, but it's slow.
Interesting.
Spike planted.
Toxins going up.
It's coming from the left.
Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
And then move to the
Dead
right.
fool. My ultimate is ready. I can't die here.
Got my own device.
Clutch.
Clutch.
Oh, I still killed him.
The bomb.
Couldn't get away too.
Oh man!
Point.
Yeah, you know what? Buy without. No. Buy that one.
All right, guys, we gotta really step it up. Let's go. Let's go.
Ready.
Spike planted.
Prepare for hellfire!
No, are we?
No charges left.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Toxins going up.
Last player standing.
No!
Time for the fireworks.
All right.
One enemy remaining.
All right.
Win.
I made him attack my clone. I made him waste this rocket launcher on my clone.
I saw that. All right, look at you guys killing it, man.
Yeah. Ended up.
Guys ready for the real deal?
Here, let me set it up the right way because the way you did it was like, eh.
Oh, you're good.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
let me-
talking about the custom game. The way you did it was like, you're supposed to switch after like 5 or 6.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't know. Whatever the default was. It was just a little warm up before we went online.
Let's go play online then.
Let's go. Let's get some progression. Let's get some unlocks. Get our butts whipped.
I pressed the wrong thing. I was trying to go back to lobby, but I exited to desktop.
No.
Oh, yeah.
experience.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
What?
Wait, what?
Why'd you request the joint?
I have no idea. Did you get
I
it?
don't know what they're with.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't.
Wow.
Wait, has joined the party. Who's?
Is everybody in here?
I think so, yeah. God help us all.
Mm-hmm.
Do eating tricks? Granola
And now I'm just eating
beef hot dog. Hot dog.
yeah, I'm just eating flatbread with pepperoni and mozzarella cheese.
Wow. Where's ours?
Jeez, so many-
Well, I'm eating this because I'm getting 14 grams of protein since Kelso's getting chilly over there, so I need my proteins too.
You can't compete, man. I got 2 different types of beans plus beef
Wow. Ooh.
and cheese.
You sound like Arby's over there. Arby's, we have the meat.
You're the one over there with a makeshift gyro. Boy.
I'm sticking with my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Mission's completed with this girl anyway, so.
Yeah, me too. Oh gosh, wait, what is that class? What is that? That's Sentinel, right?
So scared right
Mm-hmm.
Do you even know what GLHF means, huh? Huh, Jim?
Good,
Are you
okay,
repeating me?
Come on, Jim, tell him.
What does what does GGWP stand for?
Good game, well played.
What does FFS stand for?
For fuck's
I
sake.
have no clue.
You know, as gamers, these are like requirements. Like when you sign up for an application to become a gamer and you don't know these abbreviations, back to boot camp.
You don't know what
And-
Jim is, for fuck's sake.
No one can hold their breath
I know
forever.
what Trix knows. BRB.
Oh,
You know,
wow. Well, I don't know. I'm still practicing at it.
Or AFK.
Oh no, I thought it was KFA. I thought the keyboard was
BRB is
keyboard's
the-
far away.
B, though.
Killing for adults?
Oh. Yeah, I can't buy anything. What the hell?
Oh, Matt, awesome.
Oh, you can't rapid fire?
Ammo, damn it!
Demo.
I got
I would
8
make fun of their
bullets.
dumb faces, but they're us. They look stupid.
Good move.
All right, let's go. Let's go. We got 33 seconds.
Yeah, let's push this way, guys. Alright, we're going that way, I guess.
Twenty seconds.
Do like what I did that one time. We go to B and think you go to A.
Yep, right.
That was sneaky on that one.
That's okay. We got one going to B.
I don't know why, because we're all together. We gotta stay together.
Well, sometimes you can split. I mean,
Yes,
there's.
because we're setting the bomb.
I'm gonna plant a thing. To the right.
I know exactly. What are you doing?
I'm gonna spectate Bori real quick. He has aimbot. Look at that. Look at that. Wait, when'd you get double of those? Alright, he's planning at A, guys. Right, here he goes. Here he goes. Did you send cheers? Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought it wasn't working again. I was like, wait, what? Unbelievable.
Two of them.
Last player standing.
She got shots on her.
Yeah, she's hurt bad.
Yep.
Sorry.
Blow off.
No way they defuse that time.
Nope. I don't think so.
Dude,
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Nice. Let's get this next round.
It's gonna be a first.
We got this.
We got a double kill.
what the heck?
The pistol?
Shotty.
Come on, let's go.
You get the shorty shotty?
The shorts.
The shorty
No
shotty?
zoom in. No zoom in. I'm hearing.
I hear one on my right, but one's coming, boy. Yep. On the right. He's behind the wall.
Toxins going up.
Me on my right and on my left. They're flanking around you guys in your back right.
Toxin screen down.
Coming up on your right.
One's on me, guys.
Last player standing.
Fuck!
Yo, on base.
He's gonna go for the defuse. He's going for the defuse.
It's all your fault.
One enemy remaining.
See, where were you?
Where were you? Here!
At least I slapped him to the ground.
Best game I've had so far. Woohoo.
Alright, we got this.
Switching boys.
Let me fix my in-game chat since it's this chat. Why is it not working? Oh, that's why.
Don't look on our left.
coming back.
Prepare for hellfire.
You just wasted that?
Yeah,
Enemy spotted. One
on
down.
our 6.
Oh!
Hard to tell where I am on the map, dude.
Enemy spotted.
You're out.
On our left.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going up.
One enemy remaining.
Headshot.
Toxin screen down. You hero, didn't you?
Good shit.
There we go. There we go.
Get these idiots.
Yeah. You guys want to go?
Time again?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Oh, boy, you're one of those. The weapon switching all the time. Oh gosh.
Let's go.
I gotta loose my fingers up somehow.
Hey, right.
Spike carrier killed.
One there.
Take it.
Hell type of aim is that?
Terrible aim.
Last player standing.
My sensitivity's really high. Don't-
There it is. Oh my god, you're like.
Oh, man.
My ult's ready. See ya.
That was rough to watch.
Oh, reloaded the wrong time.
Yeah.
But nice knife switch to stop cancel reload. Okay.
I need to change it. It's too wiry.
My priority is their suffering.
Too wiry, man.
Oh, you're good. You're good, bro. You got this. Oh.
I got stun knocked by that that ability, so I couldn't move.
Enough playing with our food.
Rather get sound up there.
Get out of my way.
Toxins going up.
Are you decaying there? Be careful.
Toxin screen down. What is that? Dead. Toxins going up.
Oh. There's one up the ramp, one on top on the right.
Spike carrier's down.
Yep, got me.
Beep. Oh, Jim. Oh.
One shot? Wow, whatever.
Yeah, they headshot you with this one shot.
Yeah, it's not COD, man. It's not COD. Poor Kelso. You're on the controller, right? Oh, that's brutal, dude. Well, watch Kelso come in. Like, give him a few rounds of this in a couple days. Watch him come back.
Player standing.
Sensitivity is insane.
You're way too high, brother.
If I lower it though, it affects the movement too.
Really?
You
Really?
don't want it too high. The sensitivity you want it at least.
No, but if I do
average.
that on the controller, it affects the movement speed. So I have slow ass turnaround movement speed. This is movement speed. This is as fast as it'll go. So unless I do that,
Here, who wants this? Here, hold on. Or hold on. How do I?
how is this?
I take the gun. That's a Phantom.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
What am I holding in my hand right now? Anybody?
I don't know. Are you holding it?
Oh, one there. Fucking shit. Are you
You
serious?
got the bomb here.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
Player standing.
Ooh.
bro, I shot him and didn't do nothing, bro. Like, they just wrecked me.
Did you put 144 hertz on?
Nailed it.
Go, 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 go!
We need to win this round around here. Then we gotta keep on going and yeah, we'll never stop.
Somebody
We gotta win, guys. We gotta win. We're gonna have to pick up this next round and really get this going.
Okay, I gotta get something that different good.
I hear that.
Yeah. Okay, where are we at on points? Let me see. I have 20, 18. Okay, I'm gonna say points for now. Next round, we all gotta help each other out here. If you need a weapon or whatever, and just let me know, guys. All right, you know they're gonna be here to the right, so let me go ahead and put this acid up.
Toxins going up.
Go ahead, walls up. Watch the throw down missile.
Toxin screen down.
Flanking.
Don't get in my way.
Flanking. Nothing. I need it.
Enemy
Get
spotted.
out of my way.
Hi, where's the fire?
One enemy remaining.
3.
Nice.
I'm planning.
No need, we won.
I know, but I'm planning anyway. Aw, that's extra point.
Yeah, look at. You need anything, Kelso? You good?
I can buy it.
Okay. Jeez, you threw that gun out and it looks humongous, bro. What the hell is that? Holy crap. Is there something wrong with that? Because I don't... Dang. It looked like Capcom right now. When I was playing Resident Evil, the images were larger than the character. I got soda can up. Oh, careful. There's one up the ramp.
Toxins going up.
Keep an eye on our left.
Watch behind us.
Yeah, it's on our left.
Get out
It's all
of
good.
my way. Toxin screen down.
Oh, I do hear them.
For hellfire!
Testing. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Plan A or B?
B.
Alright. You want to B?
Hey,
A's
just
ridiculous.
get there. Jeez.
Planning B.
Coming on B with you. What's coming to B? Oh.
On your left. Up above.
Heaven.
Above. Okay. Large chickens.
One back door.
2.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh wow.
Wow. I hate that stun.
Oh wait. Oh, that was close.
Hmm.
You in-game chat so we can communicate with our team.
Yeah. Well, I just fixed my in-game chat. It's working now.
Still trying to...
Okay, mic check 2. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, mic check 1 2 1 2.
Okay, sweet. All right.
They know we keep going right side. So.
Yeah, they were
Safety's
scared
off.
for that
Yeah,
person.
right side is hard too, because left side,
Shot right in the face.
yeah.
Toxins going up.
Gonna get flank again.
Toxin screen down.
Yep. Back again. Flank. Spawn.
One down.
He's got the shotgun.
One's on me. I'm gonna A.
Killed.
One enemy remaining.
That's one right there, Trix.
You're back
That's
right.
right. Oh, good shit.
Win. Show me where to go.
Jim can't. Oh, Jim's got a little broke over there.
I know, I know.
I got them all ready. Alright, I'm gonna push my ult over here on the left side for B.
Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Duck. Bunch of guys here.
Sorry about that, guys. I didn't have my chat open right. All right, let's brace ourselves on my pillow.
They backed up.
Okay, I'm coming in from the back of B.
I got one of them.
Enemy spotted. They're super dead.
Ah, okay, shot 3.
Spot carrier
Okay.
killed.
Back left.
30 seconds left.
Watch mid.
Open up the sky.
Enemy down.
Ten seconds left.
Toxins going up.
Plant map.
Oh, you should have planted.
Toxin screen.
Oh,
It wasn't available for me. I wasn't in the square. I was like, where am I supposed to go? I couldn't see beyond the green. Couldn't see anything beyond the green.
I need a drop.
Who wants the bomb?
Trix, buy me that, please.
oh, what do you want?
I need to blow something
up.
We're broke.
I guess I'm buying this.
Go ahead, Jimmy. You can grab it. Yeah.
Too late.
Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, my bad. My pillow came off my chair.
You know, up.
All clear. Move up.
Liking you guys.
Wow.
They behind us?
Planting A.
They're
They're
down
behind
below
us.
here.
Yeah. There's 2 behind us.
Planting A.
Oh wow, behind me down below.
Last player standing.
Oh, fuck. One
Down.
pushing towards the bomb.
He's
He's gonna plant. Yep, right there.
There's a guy right behind you.
Get out of my way.
No! Ah, no! Sorry, guys.
Hey man, I told you not to expect much.
Last round before the.
If you say
Last round,
spend it.
gentlemen.
Does anybody need anything?
I can invite
You know, just right click something if you need it. How do you throw a damn bomb?
What's this?
Find
Yeah, there you go, bro. All right, guys. Get our heads in the game. Let's do this. Let's go, go, go.
Prepare for hellfire.
Don't get in my way.
One enemy remaining.
Going up.
Oh, one up top. Oh, up top.
Yeah.
Oh,
Satchel out.
oh. He's on the bottom. Ooh. Almost tied up here, guys. Almost tied up here.
I distracted them for
Switching sides.
Alright, switching sides. Now we're
Y'all better
defending.
keep up.
Hey guys, let's go, 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 go.
Hey, I need somebody over here on A and somebody on B. I need somebody over here on A and somebody over there defending B. Thank you.
Come.
It took forever.
Bunch of guys here.
Pushing A, two on A.
One's dead. Wow, okay. They're all in. There's 2 on B. Or A. It was A, wasn't it?
Spike planted.
What a way to die.
Jeez,
the
and it.
the more or less accuracy it's gonna be.
Ah.
One enemy remaining.
Out of charge.
Last player standing. Clutch.
You can use a body shield.
We gotta pick. We move in.
It
Got
didn't
it?
work though. I tried though. Oh, I can't believe it. This sucks.
I even stole her with a perfect flame.
Oh, we gotta go A.
Go 3A, 2B.
Man, we went slow.
We got it this time.
Gravity must be insane.
Mm-hmm.
This week, yeah.
Enemy spotted.
There's two on A.
Spike spotted. Walk it off, G.
Got another one down.
Enemy spotted. Get out of here.
3 down. I don't know where the other one's at.
One enemy remaining.
Last one's on me. Last one's on me.
Yeah, but an ice wall.
Spike spotted.
That was a good round by me.
Oh yeah.
Surrounded by Mia Familia. We won't lose.
Okay, guys, stocking up on the cash. Let's do it.
I can afford this, I guess.
Got this, don't worry.
Cause
They keep bad weapons.
Wait. So I'm taking away from your inventory?
Yeah.
Enemy spotted.
all on A. All on A.
Yep.
Mollied yourself off.
My ult's ready.
They're planning.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
What?
I don't know what you
Oh no.
Auctioned yet. Can we celebrate
I
that?
can't do anything.
Need 2 more people over here to like push over here again.
All right.
I'm gonna alt and then push up in case they come over here.
We'll bring it back.
Yeah, B's looking clear.
Yep, those two here. Spike down on A. Spike down on A.
On me.
Another one down over here. Spike's on me.
One enemy remaining.
Last one's mid.
He's hurt.
Alright, good shit.
Point there.
I hear them scream.
Tough.
What do you need? Say that you want something, I'll buy it for you.
Oh, I can buy
Need a
it.
drop.
I'm just pointing.
Right? Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, boss. I
I
got you.
bought it
with
for our
carry.
teammate. No problem. I got you. B said I got it.
You want it? Got it.
My god, I just can't get an armor for this. That's why I don't need it.
A push again.
Original.
Off your feet!
A push again.
Bunch of guys in.
Yep, A push again.
What do we do?
I could have had both of them, guys. I screwed it up. I screwed it. Yeah. Unbelievable, guys. We gotta hold it down. We have to hold it down.
One enemy remaining.
Thank you.
I wanted her to look.
Oh. Nice.
You know, you can shoot through the wall. That's why I kept trying to yell at you. Shoot through the
I'm not used to being able to shoot.
Yeah, you can shoot through
Was that
anything in this
important?
game.
Poor Kelso. I feel bad.
You feel for me, yeah. You feel for me.
Anyone have funds to spare? Thank you.
What y'all want?
Man, you got 8,000 something and you're saying funds to spare. Out of here.
It's his middle name.
I request that the Kelso. I'll get it for you. Hurry up. Go. What do you want? You got it? You good? Okay.
Hey, Jim, get your ass over here. I need you.
Man, Bori's paying attention. Gee.
Yeah, so you get blinded. That's cool. That works.
B.
Spike planted.
Oh!
One down.
We got 2 confirmed at B.
Switch it up, buddy. How about that? Different strategy.
Last player standing.
Got one.
We want to make it. Do it.
Pay attention so you can kill him on the way out.
Run!
Yeah, but
This guy.
if I get blown up though, I lose my weapons.
Trix over here hoarding and shit.
Brimstone's a stubborn ass. Reminds me
Hey,
of
Trix.
Need a drop.
Buy from. Cheap ass.
I need a drop.
Come on, buy it for me.
How do you drop?
Come on.
I don't even know you drop, man.
Trix! Buy it for me, damn
Yo,
it.
Trix,
Go
you
into the buy menu, click buy.
He's AFK.
I got you, bruv.
He's back, brother.
Alright, here we go, guys. You ready?
Prepare for hellfire.
Ow.
Ow.
Put down.
Spike down on A. Yeah, molly that off. You're right. Yeah, molly that off. Yeah, there you go. It said molly it off. I didn't say jump down.
I'd already said
One enemy remaining.
Holy mother pearl.
Clutch.
What a large chicken.
Gee.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this
Talk
forever.
about a carry.
Anyone else feel like that?
Right.
Hey,
Yeah.
dude, buy me this.
Need a drop.
Buy me
What do you need? What do you need? Where does it show it?
buy it. It said click on the menu on to the right. It says buy it. Right next to my name. Next to my name. Next
Oh.
to my name.
Gear. Cheers.
Grabbing gear.
I never bought something for somebody. I thought you had to buy it and throw it on the ground. My bad.
Yeah.
Oh, you just
Off your feet!
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Here comes the party.
One in the sewers.
yeah.
I blew you up.
Dang it! How'd he hear me? Or how'd he know? What the heck? Did he hear me in game?
Welcome to my world.
Enemy spotted. Spike spotted.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, things over here.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about the recoil.
I see multiple enemies.
You're all at A. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Where you go? Oh, oops.
Last player standing.
Nailed them.
Good time to go AFK.
Spike planted.
Yeah, the sensitivity in these games.
Try. Nice try. Nice try.
I got mine certain level.
I prefer movement speed, ADS speed.
Okay, so now I broke. So
Drake's got all the money.
I know he's hoarding it all.
Well, what do you guys need? What do you guys need? Request it.
I don't even know how to job, bro.
Just right click on any item. I'll get it for you. Where you at? You good? Nothing? Nobody?
Let's go.
Heck you doing, boy? Dancing?
Fuck.
Headshot.
That's one thing I hate about that character.
A push again.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Someone else.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Good shit.
My mom said he worked out that time.
I know,
This place
they
is
didn't even
nice.
see it.
Let's take it.
And one guy was looking at him, but
Oh, dynamic cut?
shot him at the same time.
I know.
I didn't know.
Jim, request. I see you only got 200. Oh, you have weapons. Never mind.
I had one. Yep. I just upgraded.
Eating again.
Oh, me? No.
Stay safe.
Fuck.
Oh, I hate that thing.
Oh, yeah, hit the smoke.
Target down.
Yeah, they're in the sewers. There's 2 in the sewers by you. Careful.
They're in the sewers.
Behind you
30
guys.
seconds left.
Spike's down. Spike's down low.
Yeah,
Spike
no,
down's
no,
over here on
no,
me.
no, they're going to A.
Just watch Spike.
Yeah, but they
don't
don't
have
got the
the
spike. It doesn't matter. They don't got the spike. They need the spike. The blood.
10
Yeah,
seconds
just-
left.
Over here by me, by A.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Nice.
Toxic.
All you did was jump up. You didn't even jump forward.
Pay attention. Might learn
It sucks
something.
when you get stun locked though. I couldn't move.
Come on, let's go.
Get out of my way.
Bunch of guys here.
Yeah, B's clear.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh, I was in the thing the whole time.
One enemy remaining.
Killed.
Upper.
They did that frosty stuff, whatever it was.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Upper.
he is waiting for his ass.
She's got gun out. Yeah, she's in between that overlook of B.
Are we defending or attacking?
Defending.
Alright, okay, yeah, you're right. I'm gonna wait.
And she's gonna head to the base. So. She was right there.
Thirty seconds left.
But she went B.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's taking so long.
Ten seconds left. Spike planted.
B.
Go to the bomb. Other bomb. They planted A. They planted A.
Plan A.
Wow. Your character moves a lot faster though.
Nope.
Match point.
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front.
Kinda like.
You need anything, Jim?
Yeah.
Request it.
Can I get a drop?
Trixie, buy from.
Thanks. Let's go.
Woohoo.
Expensive buy, bro.
Pretty good.
A push again. A push again.
Oh.
Enemy down. Don't get in my way.
One enemy remaining.
He's down the bottom.
Stim beacon here. Out of charges.
Oh, that was so close, guys. So close.
Outrun me.
All right, here we go.
Match point.
I I have funds to spare.
If anybody need anything, let me know. Wait, I need to buy me something.
All right.
Okay. I spent everything pretty much. I had 5,000. I was like, I'm gonna buy everything.
This is it, guys. Final round. We gotta win this.
Yepper.
The real deal. They're probably gonna come from A, so be ready. Oh, B. All at B.
B push. Let's go.
Your fault.
Nice.
Duck.
Look at that, guys. That's crazy.
Spike planted.
Get out of my way.
Last player standing.
God, I cannot do what they're doing. The whole.
Dang.
Attackers win.
Wow, I got stun locked though with that.
You don't want.
Take it.
Yeah. You know what that stun lock reminds me of? It reminds me of Left 4 Dead when the zombies hit you and you can't move.
Mm-hmm.
That's every time I play this game right now.
Yeah.
That was rough.
All right, Thomas, take it easy, buddy. Get that BRB.
That was rough.
Hey, it's okay, though. You know what, though? It was, what, 11-12 or 12-13? I mean, we were right there. We made it to the final round. 24 12.
7 kills. I'm glad
Yeah.
I died 19 times. Jeez.
Best match ever.
Right?
Usually I'm at the bottom.
Oh, I've taken that place.
Yeah. I'm used to that place. What do I do for my character?
Really left control is crouched. Really, bro.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of stupid, but
That is
Which game would I compare it with? I would say Counter-Strike and Overwatch. That's what I would say for sure.
132,000. That's
Damn, that's a lot bigger computer.
I gotta get that XP to get upgrades for my character, like skins and stuff. But man, that's ridiculous.
Paladins? Could be.
2 recues in a row.
It's got the Counter-Strike vibe with the knife, the weapons, the buying system is all Counter-Strike based. The actual fight feels kind of like Counter-Strike, but with Overwatch mechanics to it. Like the characters have the animation, they have abilities. So yeah, definitely Overwatch, or even I don't want to say Paladins. Paladins was third person, so I can't really
It's good, but
pair with that.
rough to play.
Or
Sova, yeah, Sova.
Can I switch characters?
not if you locked in.
Like, got locked in.
X's still picking. He hasn't locked in either. He's just looking at the screen.
Yo, Triz, you gonna pick, buddy?
Pick
Or?
the healer, Sova.
Holy
Yeah,
crap!
yeah.
There we go.
He's always doing.
My bad. I was.
Oh crap! Jesus.
Oh. See, I see. Right, yeah. I mean, honestly, though, I don't think this is your kind of game to wear, dog. It's a shooter. I would say, people who like Overwatch, Counter-Strike, in that nature. Maybe even paladins. I don't know. Doubt it. I don't know. I don't see the paladins in it. Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah.
But let me know if you see anybody.
Right, but it's okay though. I mean, I got the game for free, you know. I'm in the closed beta. Why not take advantage of it? Get the drops enabled here. Try to help out some viewers. Get some, get the access to the key to the game. So that's cool.
Dude, supposed to watch that fight. They stop walking around so much.
There's a few B.
Dead.
Wow.
2B.
It's pretty
Oh
good.
man.
One enemy remaining.
Exterminated.
All the way where
This weapon sucks. I wish I was really fast
Good job,
to switch weapons.
All right, here we go, guys. Next one.
Just because which weapon I got shot.
Yeah. You know what though? I'm not gonna lie. I'll probably enjoy it for now because of the closed beta. I don't know if I'm really gonna stick to it. If it does great, why not? These kind of games, I get like that hype phase and then I get kind of bored out. But it's cool. I mean, maybe there is one game I need to really just be good at and just play it, man. Just, you know, something to stream. I don't know. Yeah, no, I know. I mentioned that to these guys, and
Toxins
They're
going
pushing
up.
B.
Toxins
B
going down.
push. I don't even know where the fuck you get. I don't even know how you got up there.
There's another one on me. Below.
Toxins going up. Goodbye.
Last player.
oh,
There they are.
oh, so you like it much better? That's great. That's good news. I figured the revive would be great. I seen Summit was playing it today, so I seen the Sea of Thieves count went up high today.
Damn, I only took
For the first time in a while.
No cipher my finest.
But I know Sea of Thieves does better on Mixer than it does on
Bring them
Twitch.
to me.
All right, here we go. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully they fix it, man. I honestly, Eridar, and you and I both know this. Like, we had such a great time in that game. You know what I'm saying? In terms of like battling, like with players, like we had a blast, man. So yeah, definitely be checking it out. We're gonna peep it out soon.
Oh, that's what he did. He
Stop
used the
their
ability to
advance.
get behind me.
Discord is so loud.
Fuck. Be visited.
Oh my gosh, I shouldn't have pushed. We're defending. Why the hell am I pushing? It is better. Yay, the sword is back. Thank goodness, man. That last update broke it, man. They broke it, man. Why would they? It's
Last player
unacceptable.
standing.
No, we don't want that, man. I'm glad they fixed it, though. We had good times, good times.
You know they played for a while.
And then I got that new, oh! Ooh, that controller. Oh, gosh.
Molly.
Planning.
Spike planted. Flawless.
Jeez. Yeah, the controller fucking sucks. But the mouse controls are...
Because you
In
got
the
the
wild,
DPI
fire
sensitivity
means
too
life.
high, that's why.
You'll be
No, I have it fucking set super low. 1.754.
What's the
Scope
DPI on the
sensitivity.
mouse?
How the fuck am I supposed to check that on the lowest one?
And it's still too low?
No, that's... It's not the mouse when it comes to that, it's the keys.
Hunt them down.
I don't...
Really?
I'm a QWER person. I don't play shooters
A push.
with
Yep. Oh. If it wasn't for that one behind the wall, guys, I would have had it. One's to your right, Jim. When you look straight down the doorway to your... Oh, never mind.
That works.
Last player standing.
Oh. Yeah, the emissary system. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Cypher wants to watch us. Let him. We don't hide.
I still feel that by my plot.
All right, guys, we need to get something here. Dum bum 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 bum.
Blow something up.
B push.
Last player.
Wow.
No, shoot down. Sit back and save.
It's like asking me to play a fighting game with a keyboard for the first time.
Right.
Area. Shot that.
Get out of my way.
Spike planted.
Ow.
You say something? Sorry. Ear's still ringing.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
B push.
Deep push it.
Last player standing.
These guys must be COD players. Corner camper.
He is a good player.
Yeah, right.
We've corner campers.
Just check the corner.
Yeah, this game's gonna kill CSGO, I think.
Well, it's got abilities. It's got the look that people love so much, such as Fortnite, for an example, or CEDs. Like, it's got that cartoony, animated look, and then it's a game everybody can run.
Oh, come on. Camping in the fucking corner. What the fuck?
Wow. I screwed up,
Same
guys.
person camping in the corner again.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Molly.
standing.
Shock dart.
Yeah, Kel. So what you're gonna need to do is like on your that software you're using, just you're gonna have to adjust it and then adjust the game settings as well.
Yeah, these guys.
I feel like he knew where he was at. Gee.
Right. Well, probably wall
Like,
hacking.
totally like, "Hello. I see you there.
Piece of shit. Oh, fucking camps in the corner.
No charges left.
My ult is ready.
Squashed.
Another one on me.
Good shot, Jim.
Don't think so. I heard that.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, one at A. Or yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, we just got the win. We just got the win. Ooh.
Yeah, but look at all the money they have. Like, what the fuck?
All right, guys. Remember what the Wonder Pets told us. What's gonna work?
I will not lose my home again.
And this is gonna be 3 people on this side because
One coming left A. Left alley. Watch it over there, boy. Wow.
Enemy spotted.
Get out of here.
Spike down on us.
There they are.
One's at spawn, marked. Heading to B. Oh, no. Oh, they're trying to go to A anyway. You guys are
Revealing
good.
area. Found them.
Welcome back, Thomas. Welcome back, man. Oh, by the way, you guys just reminded me. I need to update something.
30 seconds left.
Shock dart.
I gotta update this, man. You type fast and no problem. I know, I do. GPX.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Last one's back there.
Solid sounds great, dude. Sounds great.
Nice shot.
Any y'all need a gun?
why not find him?
I'm good, but thanks.
Need a loan?
We got it this time.
Got one
I
mid.
see the spike.
Go through there, Jim.
Toxins going up.
Go through there. Open the door and see if there's somebody there. Right there. Right there.
Toxin screen down.
Die. One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
There we go. I knew they were coming around.
Make them big. Need a loan?
I need a
I've got cash. Anyone need something?
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
All right, here we go. 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 Here we go. Here we go. 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 Here we go. Here we go. 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 Here. Here we go. 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 I put off again. Is this a common problem?
Toxins going up.
Horrible.
Dead fool. Not enough. Toxin screen down.
Whatever. I hate that stun. Stupid. Okay, let's get this. Why did I keep knocking this?
Here comes the party!
Down here.
Last player standing.
Oh no.
You were just randomly shooting you, wasn't you?
I was just hoping and praying. It worked though. I knew somebody had to be over there.
Let's go. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. We got this team.
I heard them use their little
Spike planted.
Revealing area. Found them. No chance.
What happened second? What? Wow.
Oh no. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. Thank you.
Last round in the half.
We can't take anything with us after this.
Okay.
Funds to spare.
Okay. Who does? Who has?
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
Ooh, thank you.
Yep, buy everything you can.
I want my Vandal. I have to have my Vandal.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
There is somebody over there that to the right.
Wow. Yo. At least I took some down.
That hurt.
Yeah.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Revealing area.
Spike planted.
Got one over there.
Shot that. Shot that.
Ah, come on.
Last player standing.
Go, go, go.
You can get your sensitivity right.
Revealing area.
Where'd you get your sensitivity at? You may want to turn it down.
Switching sides.
They do have the in-game sensitivity too, so.
I gotta move this chair out the way. Alright, here we go, guys. Getting on some rounds here.
You may want to turn it down. Sensitivity aim.
Well, what's tricky for Kelso is that he's doing it with a controller, so it's the softwares he's using can sometimes conflict the in-game sensitivity control levels too, so it's more software-sided. The in-game, you should only set it to something. Usually the sensitivity you want to focus more on the key mapping software rather than the game itself.
Yo, Brimstone, you good?
We will hurt them.
Yeah, good. Goodbye, Revenants.
Alright, so we have to kill him auto win the round. Wait, never mind, he did.
Ouch.
Oh.
Toxins going up.
Another one. Another one. Damn, guys. we gotta push
Toxin
together.
screen down.
No! Blasted in the face. In the face, guys. Unbelievable. While I'm dead, I'll be right back, guys.
I'm behind.
Enemy spotted.
Got the bomb. You should have been on the
Last player standing.
Oh, really? Wow.
We gotta push together, guys.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
I liked them, but it didn't work out too good.
Okay.
This time Trix is AFK.
Let's turn this around, squad.
Hey, Jim, where you going? We gotta push together.
We got one AFK guy because Trix left.
There's 3 in that room.
All right.
Showtime, guys. Alright.
There they are.
Goodbye. Toxins going up.
Over there.
Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Spike carrier killed.
Last one's on site. Last one's on site.
I have this fight.
Nice one.
Good push, boys.
Finally
off the ropes.
I'm gonna plan it too.
I ain't gonna lie, I didn't think I had it because I didn't choose a weapon. I had to get a pistol kill. Alright, let's go.
Gotta push together.
Okay, guys, here we go. It's showtime. Let's go, everyone. Let's go.
Hold on the subject.
Let the drone go in. Hold on.
One on left.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Toxins going up. Get out of my way. Toxin screen down.
I have the spike.
Ooh.
Oh my god. You are a risky guy.
I don't know where they're at.
I'm talking about Trixie.
Good boys.
Oh,
What did I do? I didn't do nothing. I did something wrong.
Well, I saw what you did. You could have shot him instead. You're like, damn.
Sorry, bro. I like to live life with a risk. All right, guys. You know the rule. Keep your heads up and your ass down. Let's go. Yeah. Here we go, guys. We're ready for the next round. It's weak.
Nailed it.
Nice one, Jim. Nice one. Nice one. Woo.
Bomb buddy out. Here comes my masterpiece.
Down.
He's in that corner right there.
Yep. Wow.
Watch your left, watch
Last
your left.
player standing.
Oh, no!
So they got a cipher. You'll see what we want them to see.
I have funds to spare.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
Need a loan?
you always have so much extra money.
Well, you gotta spend wisely. What I do is you always have a main good gun and then a main lower level weapon. That's how I do it.
But yeah, I never buy a pistol.
Enemy down.
I'm about to die. I'm low on health. I had one at B.
Enemy spotted. Next. Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
Target down.
Planet, whoever has it.
Phoenix, go plant.
Oh, duh. My bad.
You're good, dude. You're good.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Long.
That's the lot of them.
Wow, who blinded me?
Funds to spare.
Yeah, but bear with you though, Thomas. You still playing Call of Duty, bro?
I'll
You still
push
playing
you.
COD? Oh, we gotta do COD today. So what do you think about the game so far, Kelso?
I've been telling you this whole time. I was wondering what happened. You got quiet all of a sudden.
Don't get in my way. Toxins going up.
Behind us, behind us.
Yeah.
My ult is ready. I have
Oh!
My ult's ready.
I screwed up. Oh no.
Last player standing.
Oh no. No!
On base.
There we go, guys. There we go. There we go.
talk that. I am the hunter.
Oh, so close.
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Good shit.
Never give up.
That was good.
Reloading.
Need a loan?
Oh, behind us.
So clear here.
Come on, let's go!
Good for a day.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate isn't ready.
He's gone.
There you go, teammates.
Ooh, good job.
Remember,
And that comeback.
nobody's a hero when they're crying for air.
That works. That bomb
Good
buddy
job,
works 'cause
boys.
it actually tells them where they're at.
Yep, that was a good one right there.
So he starts shooting at it like, okay, we know where he's at now.
So if I get armored or you ran out of armor. Hold on. Big.
Blow something up.
What the heck? Oh no, what the heck? Ow.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Toxins going.
Oh, got me. Oh, oh no!
Behind us.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Yeah, I think we made him mad.
We're gonna push. We gotta push together.
Too much hack? Yeah. I thought they stopped it, man.
Off to another way.
I have funds to spare.
A couple you beat moving, George.
Yeah, let's push B this time.
Yeah, Kelsey, I noticed that you're not buying any armor, bro. Make sure you get armor.
No, I've been buying armor every round. I just don't have money for armor this round.
Yeah, I would definitely
Choke them.
okay. Yeah, if you want, like you can well,
I don't know how to request it. So I'm using
or just right click on the item.
Toxins going up.
Wow, behind the green to the left. Left of the green wall. Oh, that was you, Kelsey. You were by me. Okay. They're gonna be at A, I think.
More than likely heaven.
There was one at A before I died.
So one lane blank.
AFK.
Yep, looks like they're going for A. Yep. Oh. Window.
Last player standing.
Oh, come on.
Holy
Yeah,
crap.
yeah. Spraying isn't good in this game, especially with SMGs.
Trying to find a perfect setup.
But nice try.
Yeah, spraying in this is.
I had it really close.
You haven't been playing. You haven't been playing Call of Duty, really? Why haven't you been playing it, bro? What's going on, man? What's going on? I gotta get a drums command. By the way, Thomas, I don't know you're on Discord, but I got some new emotes coming in chat soon, bro. Very soon, dude.
Cheers. Buy me that. Thank you.
So which way you gonna go?
Stick together.
Trix, get your butt over here.
Nah,
We got to stick together, no running by yourself. That's why you died last time.
You went rogue on us. Oops.
Hey, no running up.
Is that the thing?
I am the hunter.
Toxins going up.
6 on our 6.
Player standing.
Oh, top of the crate to the left.
Hey, you left me with 2.
Oh,
Headshot.
Another one behind that crate.
Oh,
Damn.
Defenders
GG,
win.
boys.
oh, good job, guys. Oh,
I did horrible that game.
I got better once I figured out the software side.
yeah.
at least the guy that we were playing with wasn't toxic, which is good.
Right. Well, they know the game is new, so give the game some time. When everybody transitions, it's gonna get toxic.
Oh yeah.
Wait, I will mute game chat all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
It's right. I've seen my fair share.
it was fast. Holy cow.
Trying to
Yeah, it's
unlock
'cause
an
you got-
agent.
Oh no. I'm sticking with her. I gotta get her leveled up. Well, not leveled up, but I need to get her stuff. Cause she's got a real cool gun skin. I like it, but it's gonna take me forever. I have to grind 8 hours a day on this game just to be able to get it.
No one can hold their breath forever.
Oh yeah.
Or not remember in Discord.
Just me,
Here we go. Let's get.
and a few tons of dynamite. There's nothing we can't do.
Huh? Like a character is Spanish. She speaks Spanish. You speak Spanish.
Wait.
Fired. Yeah. Oh man, I should have did.
Are we gonna push together?
Should have made a.
We're defending.
Yeah. If you look on Discord, though, Magic Killer, you'll see the new emotes coming soon. Just I'm waiting on Twitch's approval. So the new sub emotes. You guys got some new sub emotes coming in for the stream, guys. Would be awesome. Got some new Twitch overlays, and I'm working on a new design logo too for our merchandise, guys. So we're gonna get some stream gear here soon, guys, for you guys.
Dead. Toxins going up.
What the heck?
Toxin screen down.
Wasted that. Ow. Got blamed. Oh, I killed one.
One enemy remaining.
Hit the full.
That one's probably on me.
Toxins going up.
Enemy spotted. Just give me a moment.
Your last one's on me.
That was good.
Let's
They were
ruin
almost
their
sticking
day.
out.
I kind of figured that was right there.
I need shields. But no one has money.
Yeah, guys, I spent a lot of money on the stream. I'm not gonna lie. We got some new equipment, and I got some new stream graphics, guys. killed me. Spend more than what we made on stream funds, guys, but it's okay.
So buy the smaller guns first.
Took a loan. We're gonna be paying it back, but I'm gonna try to do some giveaways for you guys soon too. Maybe we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Hey, left side, Vay.
End it.
Enemy spotted. Hot shot. Stand down.
Wow. Dang it. I expect him to be right there. Oh.
One enemy remaining.
I know, right? I did it though, man. We needed it. We needed emotes, we needed graphic designs, and we need merchandise. That's just,
Let me know. I got the healing.
yeah. We're gonna have to make money outside of the stream. Alright, let's see.
I'm a healer. Okay.
Look at him do Delphi doing that.
Yeah, it's how you know Riot works. She's looking funny, baby.
They're like full
The
houses.
complimentary thing I can.
Come. Toxins going
They're
up.
here when I blocked them off.
Toxin screen down.
Alright, B's clear, watch A.
A push.
A push.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, they knew I was here. One bathroom.
Killed.
Multiple enemies.
Last player standing.
That was terrible. And I was like, shit.
Spike planted.
Sensitivity still kind
Heroes
of
never
right for me.
One down.
Dang it, man.
Did he get his game over?
No, no, I know. I was the one behind me got me, not the one in front of me. I wasn't worrying about the one in the front. I got blocked. I had 4v1, so there was no way.
Can someone get this?
Anybody?
Oh,
It's out of my budget.
it's out of my budget too.
Only one I got this is a random.
And he's not helping. Oh, you know what? I'll go with you.
Got sounds on.
Many enemies spotted. Enemy spotted.
He's over there.
Enemy spotted.
Dead fool. My ultimate is ready.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Toxins going up.
Wow. No. No. Unbelievable.
You got a shot on him. He's on the right side of the corner.
30 seconds left. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
You fought well.
That reload sucks.
Yeah.
Fucking flash.
We doing this or
Almost
what?
faster to switch weapons.
Let's see. Anybody got money to buy me?
I got $700. I bought the cheap thing.
Nobody could buy me shields.
I got 1400. What you want?
Nobody could buy me shields.
On my mark. Keep them back. Careful.
Enemy spotted.
The other door.
Left side.
Fire in the hole! Enemy spotted.
Get out of my way.
Oh, two there, two at the same spot.
Enemies. My ult satchel out.
Blah, 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 blah. Ooh. Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
Right there.
Jim, what happened?
Tagged and tagged. My ult's
Nice one,
ready.
guys.
There you go.
Let's go, everyone. Let's go.
Did 84 damage to that guy with one couple shots.
Can someone get this?
He was not looking
Thank you.
good. You're still broke, boy. What the heck? What are you doing?
Yep.
You carried the ball on the board.
Yep.
Or you gotta stop shopping what's on clearance, bro. That's how you get broke. That's what I do. I'm a bargain shopper. I'm cheap. Well, not always cheap, but I am cheap when I need to be.
That's why you always have like 8 grand in the game.
Alright, A looks clear.
Yeah, they're pushing this side.
Get out of my way!
Here we go. I'll come this way.
Fuck. You don't need it. You're full on alt.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, what?
What the hell type of activity was that?
I should take so many shots. Let's call it dead zone on the controller.
Spike planted.
That'd be.
It's actually the best setting.
One down.
Last player.
Oh, one to the right.
Wow.
Always cheap? What? I have to be, bro. Honestly, if I didn't have IRL expenses, I'd be good, man. You know, bills pay themselves. I'd be in good shape.
My bomb buddy could have got down there, man. I could have took them all out.
Which reminds me about being cheap. I gotta call my phone company because I think they're providing people no late fees, no disactivations or suspensions. If that's the case, I'm not paying my bill.
They've got nerve.
Everybody push freaking A. Damn.
But you're always saying stick together. You should never happy. Jeez.
They're all at B. 2, 3 at B.
Fuck. Hit the wrong button. Feels horrible. They're on the right.
Put down.
Sounds
Ouch.
Oh, wow.
That was
No matter
a
how much
smooth snipe. Wow.
No matter how much I fix it, it doesn't get better at text spots.
I wish we had prone, man. I hate that I can't go on the ground because these guys, I'll drop shot everything. I can't. I'm so stiff in this game. What the hell? That's why people snipe so easy in this game. Just hip fire snipe. You don't know what? Well, what do you got? You got CT, Star Citizen, and Mountain Blade, right? You just don't know which one you want to do?
Here. Let's go. Toxins going up. Don't get in my way. Toxin screen down.
There's at least 2 over there.
Open up the sky.
Oh my god. Oh man, I'm right on the target.
You see me through fucking smoke. I don't get it. These people that shoot smoke like they fucking have aim by that.
Yeah, we're playing Valorant right now, guys. Yeah, well, with the smoke, usually they know people are in it. That they just shoot, they just random shoot, get lucky, and if they get a hit mark, then they know you're right there.
Yep, that's all it is, just a spray and pray.
30 seconds left.
Let's go!
Yep.
Spike planted.
Did it. Wow. And they planted the spike too, wow, so they get extra points. I'm gonna just do this, because I can't afford that good right now.
Oh, I just hit my own desk. Alright, guys, here we go. Let's do this. Let's get the win, guys. We have to do it. Okay.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Another one there.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. Dude, that shotgun took so many blasts for a while.
Personal now.
That's the best I said when I was shot one person shot up 4 times. I was like, what? Why?
Like, dude, it's a shotgun. It should blow your head off. No.
I mean, at least 2 shots.
Yeah, no, that was like, what, 6?
Yeah, you want to hit eye up, but you also want to watch that recoil bounce. You know, muzzle brakes on these guns.
Toxins going up.
Fire in the hole!
Toxin screen down.
All at A, careful.
Just shot more to the left.
I see multiple
Over
enemies.
there.
Holy shit, yeah.
Enemies.
One enemy remaining.
He's over there.
You're dead!
Bomb. Didn't go the right way.
I see the spike.
Tricks over here farming them.
I'll choke their
What happened?
Ooh, that was a rough one. What do I have left? 300? I'm broke.
I have 5,200. What do you want? Just ask for it.
See?
Go and ask for it.
Go this side, I guess.
Jim,
Let us take the lead here.
ask for somewhere.
toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Yes, girl.
Wow. No one's awake yet to play. Yeah, you probably have to wait another, what, 2 hours maybe?
Dim beacon down.
Just solo it up, man.
Wow, he's in the corner. To the left.
Last player standing.
Or just do a public match.
They on the other side.
Really?
Nah, I'm just kidding,
Spike
bro.
planted.
You're good. They'll wake up soon.
Going without care.
They're gonna message you on Discord like, "Are you ready to rumble?" Hungry man.
Right between the eyes.
Okay, Kelso, I saw that. Oh, you got 2 on your left. You picked something, Kelso, because your aiming got better just now. I saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Muscle memory.
Last round before the switch.
No point saving.
Someone get this.
Spend it all.
Yeah, somebody buy me that.
Thank you.
Anyone else want anything?
Right.
Ask for armor. Ask for guns. Take it. I'll buy
I
it.
can buy that. Okay, so
Can I get a
need,
drop?
I want this.
Thanks.
I got my armor, but I couldn't buy anything else.
Blow something up.
Toxins going up.
Enemy spotted. Eliminated. Enemy spotted.
Toxin screen down.
Woo, yes.
So what I missed?
Dang it.
Oh, another one there. Come on, Jeep.
What?
Yeah.
Shot her from behind the head.
Last player standing.
You would shot to the right, you would have got me.
That's where they were at. Dang it. I thought I seen somebody there too. That's why I shot there.
Concussing.
Fuck.
I heard a little few steps on the right side. Not too much, but. Damn.
Switching sides.
We're here.
That one
We're the best.
so many times.
Don't any of you forget that.
Yo, somebody.
What you mean, Spectral, man? Get the hell out of here. We can't afford that right now.
Can't afford anything. Can't give me nothing.
Nobody can afford anything.
I hate you all.
Random said yes, Daddy.
That's right. Athletes.
Nobody can afford nothing. Like, hello. This is the start of the next round.
I got this thing.
Just a round.
Together.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Toxins going up.
Enemy spotted.
Toxin screen down.
I think so. I heard you.
No charges left.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going up.
There's two
In
of
the
them.
elevator. I killed one.
They're in the portal yet.
Toxin screen down.
I killed one of them too, so we both out.
Toxins.
One enemy remaining.
Headshot.
One to the left of it, one to the right of it.
Toxin screen down.
Did you feel that? Win.
Look them in the eyes when you kill them.
Oh, Block. Did you change your name again? What? Why'd you change it? It's pretty cool. You know, I never really was a big fan of Counter-Strike, so I mean, I guess I'm now getting into this kind of type of thing, you know? Like, this is all new to me. Yeah, it's good. Oh, you've been playing a Tarkov game? Yeah, I wanted to play that, man, but that $40 price tag kept me off. I don't know, man. Maybe 20 bucks or something, but $20, $40? Whatever it was, I don't remember.
Oh my god, really? They're all the way in the cabin.
Toxins going up.
Left side.
Toxin screen down.
Damn, they're just randomly shooting your ass.
Last player standing.
Ouch.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, you need to go for the bomb and then go through the teleporter and probably.
Oh, you got teabagged.
Wow, toxic.
They keep the enemy chat off. Okay, they're smart. They know. Right, as long as you're enjoying it, guys, that's all that really matters right now. Did you get any aces or any nice plays yet? Some. You have a few thousand. Yeah, so you're like an OG, bro. You got that OG status. Hey, but I'm glad to see you back, though, Block, man. You know, we go way back in time, bro. Way back. I hope you've been well, man. Are you on our Discord server? If not, make sure you join. ! Discord. Yeah, don't miss out, bro.
No charges left.
Fucking shotgun.
Dead.
I have this bike.
Plant the bomb.
Mm-hmm.
They went through teleporter.
Hitbox days, man. When Hitbox was a thing.
Player standing.
Wow.
And then it became what? Smashcast, and that's it. It was done.
Go to the bomb if you have the bomb.
It was done for, man. Hitbox tried. I think Mixer is like the next Hitbox now. It's Mixer and Twitch right now.
I didn't get it. Oh, man.
Now, see, if you would have been on Call of Duty right now, Kelso, aim assist would have give you more hit markers.
I don't want aim assist. Thanks.
Oh.
Now I got the bomb. Is it why we talking shit?
Hey, push together, peaks. Don't go by themselves.
We set the tempo, not them.
Portal.
Amateur.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Enemy down.
Return to dust.
One enemy remaining.
Put down.
Bomb planet.
Healing you.
Oh, why did I walk right into that?
Hey, guys.
Yeah, your best bet, though, if you really, really want to know what we've been playing, though, check out the YouTube, man. It'll show you everything there. But yeah, Discord, definitely check it out.
By yourself.
Me.
All right, guys, let's go. Let's do this. Go, go, go! Portal.
Right there.
Don't get in my way.
Alright, push back towards bomb.
Poison orb emitting.
My ult's ready.
Poison's off.
One enemy remaining.
Open up the sky.
Oh shit. Oh shit, my bad. That was not what I had in mind.
That's why y'all supposed to leave out of there. Y'all get killed by the
I will quench your eternal flames, Phoenix.
It looks like we're not getting any drop frames. Stream is running great, perfect. I'm loving it.
Somebody grab the bomb.
All right, what are we doing? A or B?
B looks like.
A.
Don't matter. We can switch. All right, A it is. Let's go.
Safety's off.
Careful.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Oh, man. No.
I have the spike.
Push with me.
Last player standing.
Up on the right. Up on the right.
Flawless.
In behind us.
My money.
Yep.
Can someone get this?
Sucks.
I didn't mean that. But okay.
Tricks, you need some shit. I forgot to buy.
Together.
Yeah, I'll just buy this. I'm broke, but I'll buy it.
You're gonna Trix AFK again.
Was that you?
Enemy spotted.
All right, here we go.
Enemy spotted. Let's go! Enemy spotted. Message sent.
Poison orb emitting. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Poison's off.
Good.
Poison orb emitting.
Behind you, Trix.
Be a hero, didn't you?
There you go. Make that up.
I
Get ahead.
surrounded by Mia Familia. We won't lose.
Okay, let's do it.
No, it B's our spot.
Oh, who threw it?
Man. Those are the good old times with Smite, though. Definitely. Rain 2? I don't think I've ever seen that one. I know Smite, I know Valorant, I know Tarkov. So you've been playing pretty much like the latest games, and then you kind of switch back to some Smite here and there. Gotcha.
Toxins going up. Poison toxin screen down. Poison's off.
Stand down. Enemy spotted. Unavoidable.
Why is Trix all the way over there by himself?
I'm keeping them busy. There's a couple. There's 2 a day.
Toxins going up.
One pushing behind us. Right side.
Fire in the hole!
Toxin screen down. Toxins going up.
Right side.
Enemy spotted.
Trix, why are you on that side? We played on the other side. Go to the teleporter.
Wow, okay.
Trix, go through the fucking teleporter.
Toxin screen
Played on the
down.
other side.
He was close.
I don't know why he's all the way on that side.
I was keeping him. There was like 2 over there. I was distracting him from going over to you guys.
Yeah,
it would've been nice to know
all
that-
That's 2 less people to kill you guys.
I would love to know that when you're you could have talked to
They
us,
always go.
I know, man.
Side we go to.
Oh my god, man. It's just not the same as you communicate, man.
Breakthrough.
We're all good.
Yeah, that's really good though. Honestly, that's a hard thing to achieve nowadays though.
Enemy down. My ult. So what I miss?
What the heck? What?
Out of my way.
Glitched. I have no good.
Headshots.
Alright, Toxin, plant the bomb. Trix, plant the freaking bomb!
Right there.
Spike planted. Toxins going up.
I don't have a
Toxin screen down.
good.
Poison orb emitting.
I glitched out when I died.
One enemy remaining.
Why can't
Poison's
you
off.
good?
When you revived me, my gun disappeared.
I'm just surprised my sniper
It
didn't shoot.
glitched. Wow, that sucked. My gun was invisible. I was able to shoot, but my gun was gone.
Taking the spike from now on, because nothing the bomb.
Not as quickly as you would like us to.
The Trixie's running to their spawn and shit.
Hold on. First of all, who's on top of the list, bro? And who's how? Look, we're winning by 1. We're fine. Relax, boy. Boy needs food. Food sounds good.
You're pro at this game, but that's why he's...
Hey, I'm going to try hard here.
Poison orb emitting.
Joke's over.
Poison's
You're
off.
dead.
One there.
Watch out.
One down.
Oh, from
Wow.
your right.
Dead.
God, man, I got body bumped or something. Oh, what the hell?
Because that
Ugh.
jump shot is not gonna work.
Not gonna work. It's working for me. I got 23 kills.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
What were they
It
doing?
was the worst time to do that.
Oh. Kelsey, got 1 on your left.
Open up the sky.
He's on your left. Like more right here.
Smoke's down.
30
That is
seconds
very
left.
true, guys. Very, very, very true indeed. Because it's good that you don't have to deal with those, things, especially when people just do a lot of hacking and talk a lot. It's not good.
You know what I'm saying?
Guys, well, let's go. Let's figure this out. I need to buy something. I can't buy anything.
was a great jump you did.
What happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened?
Make them big.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah, must have disconnected.
I'm here.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, it's Yamato too.
All right, which way, guys? Let's take.
Yeah, I was gonna hold that square spot. It sounded like you had there. I was.
Fulfill our mission.
I don't know if this game's audio yet. So I don't know if it's a wide angle.
Portal.
Teleporter.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Killed.
Nice.
Mine.
Whoa. Elevator.
There's two in there.
Two on the right side. What? Why do I
Eat
have to do this
rocket.
guy?
Don't get in my way.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them over there. Whole team, I think.
There's so much going on. Didn't find my oh, shit.
Oh,
you
my
should have took
God.
more cover on the boxes.
I know.
Ended.
Oh no, don't tell me I'm gonna be the AFK player.
One enemy remaining.
Nope.
Get out of my way.
Ain't kill him.
Match point.
You've earned this win. Let's make it.
No, we have a DC. We have a DC.
Let's switch it up on these dummies. They're gonna expect us to push that way again.
Yep.
Anybody need it?
Come on, you could buy me.
Can someone get this?
that
Let's make some chaos. Thank you.
or that?
Thank you.
Thought you both.
Should have just stayed out of the way. So far, just one confirmed at A.
So watch out for flank on B.
Watch left.
My ultimate is ready.
Oh crap. From where we came.
Fire in the hole!
Flash.
Click that one by accident.
Flash. Oh.
I got one of the three. They all rushed.
Match point.
Pay attention. Might learn something.
Right. Where are we attacking, guys? A or B? Okay.
I mean, the guess us on A. So they're gonna guess us to go back to B with no safe space because we lost.
Alright, let's go to BA then.
I mean, that's what I would think. Go to A. No way to go. It might keep one sponsor.
This isn't the salt wall.
You know, if you right click, you do a heavier attack, right?
Ooh.
Train harder.
Fuck your splash. Oh, another one.
Poison orb emitting.
We both created a barrier.
Spike carrier killed.
Oh, they killed me. Fuck.
Poison's off.
I have the spike.
One enemy remaining.
I'll break that shit.
Toxins
Break
going up. Poison orb emitting.
Make them come here.
The hero
Good
did it.
shit.
Attackers win.
That's how we do it. Sorry, guys. I can do good on this, but I'm crap at COD. What the hell?
Well,
Well, because, yeah, everybody's hacking that game, so.
Yeah, everybody's wall hacking, aim button, and drop shotting, and rapid firing, and aim assisting, and
Xboxing.
yeah.
Yeah, super aim assist on this Xbox, man. That's. I
Yeah,
see some
yeah.
of the aim from
I got one for you.
Xbox.
What do you call a box that you go on a date with and break up with?
Xbox.
Yeah, buddy. That's a corny joke. All right, let's go on. Pretty good, guys. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to continue on? Do you want to do COD? Do you want to just keep this? What do you want to do?
Yeah, he doesn't have it.
But who don't have it?
Wouldn't let me download.
Oh,
You could have done it earlier when you stopped.
could have done it while you were playing this, bro. This game doesn't take a lot to run. You've been fine. Yeah, I don't think they want to get on Sea of Thieves right now.
Yeah, baby.
What did you say?
What you say?
What you say? We're playing Valorant every single night and day. What you say?
Like all
Yeah.
you have to do is, what you say? When you get what you say? But that's pretty well.
How do I know how far I am with her contracts? I think I'm done. I should have checked. Dang it.
No one can hold their breath forever.
Picking this guy. Because I'm not even following contracts, I'm just doing it.
Yeah. Well, we can save COD for another night if you guys want. I mean, just get that installed, and I mean, I do need a test COD, see how it runs now,
Right. I want to see that.
right? Because I know last time I couldn't do 60 FPS and get fluent. It kept like choppy. We'll see.
You know, we could play Warzone
Good.
if you can download it in time.
Warzone's a separate download anyway. It's a standalone, isn't it? Like, Bori should have been able to get that done by the time this round is over. I don't think Bori wants to download it right now.
You know, one game I haven't played with you.
Quite a bit. It's
Bleeding
pretty
Edge.
big still.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Bleeding Edge. It seems like, I don't know. I haven't been on there in a while.
Yeah.
I think I
If
downloaded
you
on
don't play it,
Xbox.
then no one plays it.
Right, right. Yeah, I was looking at it. It didn't really seem like it did so well lately.
Yeah.
Defending. Oh, we got A, B, and C. Oh, great.
Oh yeah. Relane. People always say this map sucks.
Yeah, Bleeding Edge ain't even on the top charts anymore. It's like way at the bottom. Even Smite's above it.
I blame Valorant.
Right. Yeah. Well, we know why this game's first place for now.
Why do we split up so much?
There's 3 fucking zones to protect.
Oh, they're right next to me.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Wow.
Stim beacon down.
Okay.
Last player standing.
I might do Sea of Thieves, or my bad, hold on. Yeah, I might do Sea of Thieves soon because they are doing drops, so we'll see how that does.
Spike planted.
Not right now, though. I don't have much time left. How long have I been live, guys? Have we done 4 hours? I don't think we've done too good today. Let me double check. Hold on. Yeah, we got like less than an hour.
I was trying to turn, but I was stunned.
Take a look here, see what we got.
You sure I can't listen to music? You really bringing me down here, man.
I don't know. All right, guys, let's just get our.
Oh, I guess we'll try the week.
All right. Yeah, it's been 2 hours. Almost 3 though. Almost 3 though. You know what I'm saying? We're at like 2:54, so it's almost 3 hours, guys.
Gotta sacrifice sometimes, right?
You know what to do.
Oh, what? You ruined my salt. You put GLHF onto it.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Honestly, though, I don't know. I'm not trying to be mean, but I don't think I really care for the arena too much. It's kind of... I get it's supposed to be quick, but I don't know. I still like the adventure. I think it's more satisfying sinking a ship and taking out players on the adventure mode than it is on arena.
Oh, damn it.
But arena's cool, though. It's all right. I like it. It's okay.
Spike planted.
I know what must be done.
Yeah.
So I guess we're saving it again because we're all broke. Go one side, so should we go one side?
Really like C.
Watch and learn.
All right, guys, here we go.
There's one over here.
Poison orb emitted. Poison's off.
Oh, really? That was just a fucking doorway.
No, you're supposed to reload that before you close.
See the spike.
I got the bomb.
Spikes to spawn.
Yeah, plant, camp the spawn. Camp it. No, don't push them. Just hit the spike.
Oh, wow.
Thirty seconds left.
See ya.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Goodbye.
He took a direct shot. He's pretty damaged.
Yeah.
Oh, they did change it? That's good. That's good. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sounds good, but man, I'm still kind of curious to see what that the new adventure stuff's all about. That's where I want to look into, the guys. All right, let's do this, guys. Let's do this.
Can you equip small shields and big shields too?
That's a negative. That'd be OP. Certified shield.
Kill them.
Well, yeah, like one would be a human small shield, the other one would be like that one.
Poison orb emitted. Poison toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting.
Spike spotted. Continue spotted.
Poison's off.
Shotgun or left for y'all.
Down you go.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Window.
One enemy remaining.
I love that shotgun, don't y'all?
Wow.
Last player standing.
My ult's not ready.
Stim beacon here.
Molly!
Get the fuck out of here. Direct shot to his legs, though.
Yeah, no, it sounds good. You know what I'm saying? It sounds good. We'll have to be the judge of that, though, once we actually get on there. I'll try to get on there soon, though. I do want to try it. And I like that there's drops now. give people a reason to come in and check you out and stuff. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I got a drop already. I was watching the stream earlier.
Oh, my bad. I had Discord open. I'm sorry, guys.
Really?
Until I can get the Stream Deck to work with Discord. Discord did something with their API. I can't get it to work.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Push. Ah, one mid.
Exterminated.
Spike planted.
Poison orb emitting. Toxin poison's off.
Last player standing.
Wow. Okay. God.
I didn't know there was a spot behind it.
I didn't know there was either.
Toxin screen down.
Oh, they're both here, right?
Dead fool. My ultimate is ready.
Stand tall. We are Valorant.
I know they need to hurry up with it. Honestly, though, I love Star Citizen. It's that frame rate, bro, kills it. Like, if it can at least hold a solid 30 without the super 5 to 10, 15 drops, it would be golden, dude. Like, I understand it's alpha, but it is infuriating. It's 2020, and the game's been over 10 years now, and they still... That frame rate is important. I get the idea why it is happening, but still, like, it hurts the eyes, man.
Yeah. They're not any fun.
Nope.
Oh man, he has me scanned.
Yeah, I know, but it sucks, dude. I think more people will actually play it. Think about it. A lot of people don't even have the hardware to play that game. The fan base will be much larger.
My ult's ready.
Spike planted.
Nowhere to run. Enemy down. Enemy spotted.
Fire in the hole!
Poison orb emitting.
One enemy remaining.
Diffuse.
Diffuse. Right there.
Poison's off.
Oh my gosh.
Spike diffused.
Dude, they didn't even see me there on their left. Most part. Oh, they were able to get so many shots off. So wrong.
Yeah, very true. I know. But but you know, I think the parts that have been should have been already fixed. You know, I'm gonna be honest. I get it. NPCs. I think NPCs could be one of the main huge factor of the lag. They need to lower it down. I understand it makes the game lifey and whatnot, but they need to lower it down.
Okay. Let's get set up.
It goes that way.
They're going A. Careful.
Poison orb emitting.
Hey.
Lucky son of a crap.
I almost knifed him.
Oh!
One enemy remaining.
I'm gonna go grab me something here real quick, guys. Hold on.
Last player standing.
Oh my gosh.
So close.
Trix, you should have shot. Made him we're scared to try.
They teammate you too. Wow.
That's how you know it's children.
Yep.
It's the people that make it matter. Yeah, as long as I play with people I care about. Yeah, that's true. That's
Can
true.
someone get this?
That is true.
Close.
If we start winning, maybe.
Welcome back. Can someone get this?
Alright, fine. I'll go with the cheaper option. If they want to buy me nothing, I buy my own.
Poison orb emitting.
Prepare for hellfire.
Poison's off. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. What a way to die.
Spike planted.
Okay.
Hey. Window, top window.
Gotta figure that.
Oh, Kelso. Hey, where you at, bro? Oh, they got it. Oh, you guys are way back there.
Player standing.
How's your shotgun? Better. Jinkies.
They're usually distracted once I reveal them. Make sure you take advantage.
Yeah, there's random stuff.
The what sucks?
Random.
Hmm.
What is your last place?
But yeah, that's very true. The people you play with makes it definitely more enjoyable for sure.
Like, straight shot at B.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Oh, straight shot at A.
Poison orb emitting.
Hit the wall.
What the?
Enemy down.
Poison's off.
Enemy spotted. Who trained you?
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Damn, nice map.
Don't know that's like
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Oh, come on.
He's trying to fucking melee him over
30
here.
seconds left.
I tried that earlier.
Yeah, we need better ship upgrades, man. Let's just hope that they hold to their word and keep the upgrade system, because that'd be perfect. You know what I'm saying? Perfect.
But it didn't work too good. You blasted me in the face with a shotgun.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Oh.
Uh-oh, don't do that. Get
That's
hurt.
right.
Yo, Jam, what do you want? Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's every other match it does that.
Not each patch, yeah.
Enemy spotted.
Squashed.
Far back. I got stuck.
One enemy remaining.
Opponents killed.
Fascinating. I must record this feeling.
You in the tent? I bet the bottom there. Yes!
I just got revived too.
You're going back in.
That time was actually at the bottom.
He said you're right.
Funds to spare.
I'm glad I could assist you in that. Don't worry, you still have a chance to get, you know, not
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
No, we don't mind for you, but okay.
What do you do there?
Three.
Push over here. He's like over there by himself on C.
That's where he deserves to be.
Poison orb emitting.
You smoke me off.
Sorry. I just wanted to
Poison's off.
Remove.
Oh, stun. Stun.
Spike planted.
Poison orb emitting.
Fire in
Poison
that hole!
toxins going up.
Last player.
Ah, top left. Dang it.
Oh, and bottom.
Don't forget that you can't spam in this game.
Last round.
I don't know, man. Kelso's on top of the team. I don't think we can say anything right now, bro.
I know, he's...
Yeah, we gotta keep on the hush, man. He's showing us how to play with the controller without aim assist, bro. You gonna let him do that to you, Bori?
I don't care.
Hollering out of well, I think this game's coming out for mobile, I think too. So definitely controller support is gonna be a thing. I can see it. Wow.
Fucking my bad.
4 health, I'm doing good.
They're SC. They're playing SC, I think.
I see someone.
Watch your left.
Trick shots.
Ah, what the heck?
He's there, kill, so just go easy, bro.
Last player standing.
You ain't got a choice. You're gonna have to see.
Open up the sky!
Spike planted.
Oh, what the?
What is Trix's peak higher than everybody's? Wow. Peak 104?
His footsteps sounds like COD.
Yeah.
Oh!
Bird scoped well.
Oh, I think he no-scoped you, bro.
Switching sides.
I don't know, I think it might have been a hard scope in there. Shotgun.
Need equipment.
Let's do that. Ow. Oops.
Sorry, I always forget the round. I always forget. Like, it doesn't really make it notified when it is. Like, we're doing it again.
Oh, this is pistol round, right?
Yep.
I was wondering, I was like, what the hell?
Don't get cozy.
To the right.
Fuck, I stopped shooting for some reason.
One enemy remaining.
Planet.
Wow, he's to the right.
Alright.
Y'all need to plan it. Make them come to y'all.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he got me with that tap earlier, man.
They got it.
Ooh.
Or just kill him. That works too.
Planet.
What if you plan?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I saw him, so I shot him. Do that. I guess I'll do this. Be cheap.
Good luck, have fun.
Go.
Their hope is their poison.
Enemy spotted.
Poison orb emitting.
Saw him on the map.
Our spot carrier is killed.
Poison's off.
Up mid lane. Near BB.
That first turn killed me. I hate it.
Last player standing.
Ouch.
Oh, the bow. The bow.
Using your strat shotgun.
Cheap, I guess. Oh, I hate these guns. I guess I'll go with the shotgun.
I mean, you can just always ask. But I don't have nothing.
Hey, no, nobody knows. We're all broke.
What's money?
Make a game? I don't know. I don't know. If you were to make a game for me, I have no idea, Aaron. I have no idea, bro.
Toxins going up.
Oh, wow. Left side.
Wow. No.
Damn it.
Last player standing.
It's so
Zombie,
dead
no.
on you, man.
My eyes are better than yours.
I was just wanting to see what it. Oh no.
What the fuck?
Oh. Wow.
Rico. Nah. The Suave. Hey, Pete's good.
Yeah, that was pretty bad, wasn't it? Oh, it sucks. I guess I'll go with this one. Let's do the bulldog. This is all going inside up.
We set the tempo. Not them.
All right, guys, let's do it.
Enemy spotted.
Poison orb emitting. Toxins going up. Poison's off. Toxin screen down.
My ultimate is ready. Enemy down.
Wow. Shotgun. Just the shit, dude. Coming up with that.
Planted.
Killed. My ultimate is ready.
1-1.
Toxins going up.
Scanner abilities.
One enemy remaining.
Toxin screen down.
Right side.
Yeah, black.
Last player standing.
I would wait it out.
Fire in the hole! Wall raised.
Block.
Don't love that kill though.
All right, boy, we get it. Shake it like a sauce shaker. Let's go.
Do this wall shield.
I gotta change the salt thing. Oh, I gotta do that. The main menu or whatever.
Yep.
All right, let's switch it up, guys, because they know what we're doing here.
This is where we win.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Poison orb emitting. One down.
Yeah, we got
Poison's off.
So where y'all going?
Spawn. Or spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Oh wow. Terrible. Hey, sitting by the hay bale.
Prepare for hellfire!
Oh shit.
3 down.
Who are you? Copy of me? Where did you come
Need
from?
alone?
Anyone need anything?
Yeah.
Anyone have funds to spare?
$100?
Get a ghost. You got 4,800. You're asking for a ghost.
What? Should I not be ghost?
No charges left.
You can buy your damn self. Oh, what? And we're pushing. Not together.
Open up the sky! Gotcha.
I know exactly where you
Nowhere
are.
to run!
Last player standing.
Wow.
Two in the eyes.
Oh, he crouch shot. Hey, that's how a shot should be.
Big, big.
Actually, I wanted to do the flame shot, but
You're snoring. Oh boy. That crisp on. You might actually just have to just use it just with Discord. Maybe the Discord version will work for you.
I got both of them.
Can I get a drop?
Well, don't make it for them, never mind.
Okay, go cheap.
Wait, the cheap ones you suck. Wow.
Out of here.
shot left side. AC.
Wow.
Them shotties.
One at a spawn.
Set bomb. Unique update.
What's coming?
Why not put it in the map? Just to pay more for it.
My ulcer ain't my time.
Last player standing.
Wow. Really?
I knew I should have hold. Wow, they almost didn't sit that.
Match point.
My power does not ebb. Ask for aid.
Yeah, it was a light machine gun. It was the Odin. That's what that one was.
Oh, I need He shoots.
Poison orb emitting.
Spawn. What?
Goddamn.
Where is everyone hiding?
Say so.
Headshot. Here comes the party.
One enemy remaining.
Holy shit.
We tend to dust.
Last player standing. Ace.
Today, I was the sword.
Did I kill the
Brimstone's a
whole
stubborn
fucking
ass.
team?
Reminds me of someone.
Holy mother of pearl.
Oh no. No.
Enemy spotted.
Someone's.
Train harder. My ult. So what I miss?
No, I went. Mess with my stuff.
I know exactly where
Whatever.
you are.
He wants to go fast any other time I don't. Yeah, it was pretty harsh.
Prepare for hellfire!
Last player standing.
Tried to fucking put the wall down, but it was too late.
Corey, it's all your fault.
Me?
What did you do?
Defenders win.
Look who's on top of the leaderboard. You blaming me?
What?
And who was AFK at the beginning? Oh man.
All right, let me see something here. In terms of changing things, how do I do this? Collection?
Hey man, I like where I was put.
Right in the middle.
Collection,
Yeah, I had
art mode, and then on the right, brace.
Oh my god, I'm only tier 6? Really? Wow, why is it taking so long?
Gonna have to head to bed. Cause I got to do some shopping tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck, bro. Shopping is crazy.
GFS. Not that bad there. See y'all tomorrow.
It's good.
How do I change my... I'll get it.
What are you trying to change?
Like my sprays and stuff. Like, where do I go? I know collection, but it only shows your guns and your agents.
It's on the lower left corner. You gotta move your... Go to collection. You might have to move your chat window down.
Oh, I see it now.
It's hiding in the bottom corner there.
You already know, guys. Stay cheap. All right, this is it. How's it going? How's it working out for you, Kelso? Is it better?
Yeah, it's working better.
It is working better.
Yeah.
That's good, man. That's good, man. Alrighty then. What time is it? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me just up time real quick. We're good. Got like a half hour. Did you guys need a snack or a drink or anything? Are you good to go? What do you guys want to do?
I'm good.
You good? What about you, Jim? Where'd Jim go?
I know someone left. Oh.
Yeah, Bori had to go. Yo, what's up, Defcon? How are you, bro?
Jim had to quiet down the snore. Well, we're gonna find out in a second.
Yeah, I guess so.
Gosh, no.
Oh yeah, that is perfect. Hey, I do want something to eat though.
Well, you already entered us into something.
You said what?
No one
You
can
already
hold
entered
that
us into
breath
something.
forever.
Oh, did you ever eat your chili, man?
Yeah. Before we ever started playing.
Does it make you feel chilly?
No, that would be my air conditioner.
Oh.
I bought a new one. It's a smart one.
Ooh, see, look at you, Mr. Fancy. A smart air conditioner. I have to look into that. What's up to this? You connect your phone to it or something and control like the controls?
Phone,
What? Oh.
Yeah. Even has this thing called a dry mode, kind of like a humidifier. A dehumidifier. Yeah.
Oh, that would be nice. You probably need that around these times too.
It's helpful. It was like 93 today, but in California that's freaking hot. Because it doesn't feel like a normal 91. It's like, hey, let's just shove you in front of a sun.
Yeah.
Party members do not select an age of gym. You have been removed from queue. Cool.
Oh. Okay, we'll wait a second, see what's going on. Maybe something happened.
Maybe his PC restarted.
Well, no, it's still on Discord and he's still on the game. He's not completely kicked out or anything. He's still on the stream.
Maybe he read a novel of the coronavirus. Got really stuck on the reading, you know. Probably no one being affected by that. I didn't mean anything by that. Just a joke. Hey, go get yourself a snack. I'll be right back. Give me like
Yeah. Go ahead. While we're waiting on the in here real quick, guys. I'm gonna check something really fast. Welcome back. Thomas, you still awake? How are you awake, bro? Bum, 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 bum.
Okay. Or was they okay?
There he is. No, you're good, bro. You're good.
We can get a drink and then go to the bathroom, so.
Oh, yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. We had to wait for Kelso. Kelso's gonna be right back as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Boy had to go to sleep. It was getting pretty late for Boy. Boy had to go get some rest. Yeah. Understandable, understandable, absolutely. What, dude? Well, I like the Stream Elements merch store. You can buy mouse pads from streamers. What? It's cool.
It was cool.
Welcome back.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Super cool.
Yeah, what's it? Okay.
Where'd you go, Jim?
I had to go get something to drink in the restroom.
Restroom does sound good right now.
I was like holding it. Hurry up, get this match over. I don't want to stop.
Yeah, it doesn't leave much time in between.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Sure. What is Trix doing right now? All he's doing is bob.
Oh, wait, is everybody here? Everybody good?
We're good.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. We just got to get this next round. Where is it?
You just stared off into space.
My bad. Yeah, I was looking. I was trying to. I was working.
You was space cadet, and I seen it.
Ooh, yeah.
Wow, these are really good. Jeez.
Well, somebody got to deal with 2 randoms. Yay!
Yeah, Grandma.
No one can hold their breath forever.
Gonna stick with him. I see no reason not to.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the stuff that she has. Because she's got some nice stuff. 130,000 probably now.
Wow.
Hey, look at that. We got 2 people using controllers here.
Really? Who?
Well, scroll over you, Trix. You're a controller.
Oh, well, it's because I'm trying to control her.
She cannot be tamed.
Right?
Control that. Yeah. Trixzbot, man. I'll tell you why.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You know he hears everything, Sleepo, huh?
I can't close the settings menu on my bracer. How do I... Oh, got it.
I can't close the settings menu with my bracer. Yeah, you go randos. Watch out now.
Whoa.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going up.
Oops, someone going up on the left side.
Toxin screen down.
Spike spotted.
One enemy remaining.
What a way to die.
Yeah. Oh, the hell are those guys?
Yeah. Okay.
Sure, I can't listen to music. You're really bringing me down here, man.
Oh, this character talk a lot. Man, hola, yes. I know your character speaks a lot of Spanish.
Órale, vamos.
Hola, man. Some, Chepardo sound good right now. Chimichanga. Are we ready for this, guys? Are we ready? Alright, time to go fast, guys. Time to go fast. Time go fast. Time go fast.
On the money.
Careful now.
One enemy remaining.
Your fault.
That's
3.
Guess who's got him? Woo!
Come on, guys. Take out their
playing.
healer. It's super annoying to kill people twice.
Safety's off.
The name is COD for Dummies.
Enemy spotted.
We need to work together.
Poison orb emitting. Toxic poison's off. Poison orb emitting. Toxin screen down. Poison's off. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
So you just left me. Thank you, guys.
Wow. Okay. 2 in the mid. Near B.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
Wow, that was
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they left me hanging by myself.
On your right, bro. On your right. Oh, man. Doesn't know.
10 seconds left.
Oh wow, you guys suck.
That was a great response.
Never had a
It
doubt.
was.
Let's keep it going.
Character's toxic. I don't know if I trust go with that guy again because he kind of abandoned. Somebody else can go with him.
Good work. Don't screw it up.
Gee. Oh, what are we doing, guys? We got this? We got this? They're gonna be near A, guys. They seem to be by A. Be careful.
Get back in my way. Dead fool.
One enemy remaining.
Spikes at A.
4 down. My ultimate is ready.
Goodness for that armor.
That's how you do it, guys. How you do it. Good job. I'm proud of you guys.
They're not gonna get an inch.
Seems like they're at A again.
Ouch.
My ult's ready.
No charges left.
They're mid.
Molly!
One's gonna be in the sewer tunnels with the water. Be careful.
Open up the sky!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Wow.
You were hitting near the head and he was hitting lower body.
We're here because we're the
Apparently that head
best.
could not win.
Don't any of you forget that.
Apparently not. You got shot. You got your boy shot off of. You died instantly. You got cup checked.
Well, that makes sense. Call of Duty, you know, somebody in the balls, they live long. I think it gives no help.
I think so. Here it just kills
See
you.
what they signed up for.
Poison orb emitting.
I hate that.
Poison's off.
That ability sucks.
Poison orb emitting. Don't get in my way. Poison's off.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Easy, mate. There can only be one hero.
There we go. There we go, teammates.
Who got the ace?
Oh.
Hackers.
I guess. I thought I killed that last person, but I killed one of them by now.
Teammates might have I don't know.
Could have been tricks.
They can't even make a dent.
Didn't make sense.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Toxins going up.
Nowhere to
Toxin
run!
screen down.
Right side, guys. Right side, right side, right side.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
The AFK, because that's what the enemy said.
30 seconds left.
Here, go to their spawn. He's AFK. Somewhere they're AFK.
I trust him, man.
Ten seconds left.
Toxin screen
Clutch.
down. I almost broke a sweat.
Yeah, he was at the spot. I heard him.
Backyard scrimmage.
Farming it.
Yeah, it did sound AFK there. You were walking around.
Yeah, he was acting like he was AFK.
Wow. So we're gonna go all in the same direction?
Hopeless mice.
Enemy spotted.
Nope.
Target down. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
What are you doing?
No charges left. Toxins going up.
Time for the fireworks.
Toxin screen.
One enemy remaining.
It's hard not to play with my food.
Jumping rocket launcher.
Money. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Wait, how do you get a rocket launcher? Back. Oh, you got your ult.
My ult, yeah. They put up a wall, so I knew they were where they were at, so I jumped and shot it and flashed them. Bet they're raging.
Oh yeah, they better rage.
No charges left.
Dang it! I had to itch my face.
Stim beacon down. My ult's not ready.
Blocking sight, blocking sight.
What? She was in the fire.
Last player standing.
You lost that knife fight.
That reload time, man.
Wind, show me where to go.
It's rough.
Yeah.
Oh, what? You got the big gun?
I ain't playing, bro.
Oh shit.
You guys ain't gotta check that right now. Don't check your Discord DMs, not until afterwards.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Oh man. Oh, you did?
Let's
Yeah,
keep
the
it
teammate
going.
just walked up to him and shot him in the face. I would have knifed him.
Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Yeah, that last kill they got me on, bro. For one, I got myself killed in the fire, but I had to itch my face. You know how it is having a beard. Freaking, I got shot, bro.
Oh, I hate that.
I was like, and it's of course it's like nothing happens until you scratch.
Yep.
Poison orb
Yeah,
emitting.
happened. Oh, there it is. There you go.
Woo!
One enemy remaining.
Headshot.
It's nice, nice. Ooh, guys, we're doing good this round.
I threw a satchel at him and blew him up.
Last round before the switch.
Spend it now, or it's gone.
Oh, I feel bad for that guy. Ooh, I'm in the lead.
Need a loan?
Who needs anything, guys? Request it. Let's go, 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 go.
I don't think we need anything ever because we're rich.
Right.
Oh no, oops. I just accidentally wasted a satchel. Oh well.
Poison orb emitting.
Nowhere to run!
Poison's off.
Dang it. Cheater.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Open up the sky!
Last player standing.
Will you do the do-si-do with that guy?
Switching.
Yeah.
We lost. They lost one of these players.
Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, sometime this week though, I gotta try to see at these, bro. See what's going on with that new update. See what new missions we got. I want to see the revive in action, man.
Oh yeah, it looks good, but I want to see it.
Well, if you guys got time, or actually no, we'll wait till we win this round. After this, we get done with this 13 rounds. I want you guys to check out that links I sent you.
Keep it up.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going up.
Wow. Way better shut up.
Toxin screen down.
spawn. One of my spawn spawn. Where Willows were. She was just jumping path around it.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
We got it. They ain't gonna get it. Run away. Run away. It's gonna blow.
Oh.
You just barely made it, Jim.
Got dropped.
Yeah, not just drop, but drop like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. And Jim wants to give it to you. Park it like it's hot. And if the enemy gives you an attitude, put him in the bottom spot.
Make him go boom.
You guys ready? You guys ready? Let's get this win, boys.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Oh, right on top. Lucky son of a mofo. Top of the ramp to the left.
I hate that place.
Smoke's down. Stim beacon down.
I see multiple enemies.
Spike.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Straight at his dick. Why? Why did that? Shut that dude's dick. He said what?
I was looking at his link that he sent us.
Oh, which one? Did you like it?
Oh yeah, nice. I like him.
Really, you weren't checking out my sniper skills?
That mouse head's cool.
You saw me shoot him in the dick, right?
I did, but that's the wrong headshot, bro. You do more damage with the other head. Oh, to your left, to your left. Oh. Oh. Oh, the clutch!
For sure.
Oh. Alright, let's go, let's go.
Surrounded by Mia Familia, we won't lose.
The
who what?
I still can't believe it. Either the team sucks that bad or I'm getting good.
Hold them under.
75 hertz, man.
Yeah.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
My ult's ready.
Jeez, Jim. Give him a chance.
Enemy spotted. Enemy killed.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, she got me.
I want to run away from the bomb.
Yeah,
Match point.
Looking at him play my best game.
Yeah, this is it, guys. This is it. Keep your head up and your what down. Keep down. All right, let's go. Let's go. We got this table.
Poison orb emitting.
Come on, let's go!
The poison's off.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
Nice. She was scared.
Win.
We did it. We are the winners. Yeah. Good job, guys.
Yeah, we should. Man, I want to play some more. That was good. It was. Holy cow, that was so good.
I'm like snack and a piss.
Wow, this contract. I need 150,000 to get to level 6. Wow.
Yeah, I got 108,000 to go.
Jeez.
It's rough.
Yeah, take a look at that link, guys. Let me know what you think about the let me know what you think about that. Kelsey, I want you to take a look at it too if you can. I just need your guys' feedback.
I like the mouse pad. That's pretty cool.
No, I might have to give me one.
I know. I might have to get one too.
I never know where to look when you put this stuff up.
Oh, and DM. So what you do is on Discord, just hit the little Discord logo at the top left, and then you should see my picture, and just click it, and then be like private messages. The other bubbles below it's going to be all servers you're in, and then all the way on the ones at the top is your DMs. That was a very fun match. It was a good round. You know, we had teamwork, we had formation, and now it's hot in here. What the heck?
And we had me carrying. Woohoo! Finally, I get to carry something.
Yeah, I think that OC scanner did something because everything's running perfect.
I know, huh?
Thank you, Kelso. What am I gonna do without you, bro? What would I do here without you? Maybe my GPU would fry.
I had no stutters either.
Right. Yo, you know what'd be the best thing? Computer parts drive-through. What do you think? Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Get it in. It comes with and it comes with a shake. You get a burger and a shake with your GPU, CPU, hard RAM, storage drive, solid states, all that. Get your computer accessories and fill that belly. You get it together, you get a discount. It's kind of like eat play at the Dave and Buster's, but you know, a little different.
Be interesting.
Yeah. What do you think, Kelsa? Did you find it?
No. Top left is the home button.
Are you on mobile or desktop? Yeah. Click the home, and then direct messages. Scroll down and find me. What do you think?
Is that why you weren't available?
Hey, but we still won, right?
That's why he keeps going AFK. He's been doing that the whole time.
That makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, I like that.
It's a little different.
You have to add a link on your channel too.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to add a shop banner and just put because I have different shops, but I think I'm gonna stick with this one. This one I can sell it for a lower price, and you guys don't get ripped off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can increase the price to make profit, but I'm not even worrying about that. I'd rather have people wear my product than making money. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not worrying about it. What's that?
I wish one thing. Second down, second to the right. I wish one was black.
Wait, which one? Second down, second to the right?
2 down, 2 right.
How did you?
Middle.
Oh, 2 right. Oh, the cup?
No. So count top, count down 1 on the left side, and then go over 1.
Are you looking at something different?
Stream.
Why is it different for me? Oh, hold on. I'm on my editing page. Hold on, let me go to the store page. Okay, you said one down, two to the right.
One down. Well, I guess in a way you could say one down, one right.
Oh, the mouse pad. Yeah, I know, man.
That was on the top right, maybe, or top middle.
Really?
So
Oh, let me refresh. Hold on. Oh yeah, I forgot I added more. Oh, you mean the hoodie?
Yeah.
Hold on. Why is it red? What the? I thought I took the red off. Hold on a second. Which one is that one?
Bright white. You got two bright whites. Looks like. Oh no, one's a shirt. Okay.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
Glad you mentioned that. Yeah. Why? Okay, hold on. Okay, so there's I don't think anybody's gonna really get red, so I'm gonna take red out. I'm gonna put black, and then there's a charcoal. We'll do these colors. These look nice. Hold on.
Will that background behind that yellow look? Would that be visible in charcoal?
I don't know. I'll have to find out. It's updating now. Well, I guess the shirt at the bottom is charcoal, I think, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, so yeah, it goes okay.
What sizes you got available?
I think you pick that once you pick it. Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh, I can't. Okay, hold on. I can edit the design. I was wondering where this was because I want to make sure that they're set right, not off center.
There's multiple options actually when I click into it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so when I go click into it and I pick size, whatnot, comes in assortment of color. Oh, that gray one looks nice. That light gray.
Oh, I can't put back images yet until later. Oh, but that's nice that it's coming.
That gray heather looks good. The gray heather hoodie. Heck yeah.
Okay, the gray heather.
Yeah, the gray.
Now, let me take a look now.
Nose it pull over. That looks good.
There we go. The black does look good. I like it. Okay, so the gray heather, yeah. Then you got the white.
Because I zoom in on it, and then the granules look just sweet, man.
Yeah. Very manly colors. I know I don't have anything for the ladies, but... And then what do you get? Small, medium, large, extra large, and 2XL? Okay. Oh yeah, wow, that logo's actually clear too. I like it.
Alright. Super.
Okay.
That's the kind I'm gonna do. Hey, when is that possible to be done?
Well, I'm still working on it. Some of the cartoons of me that you see are actually going to be sub emotes soon in chat. So I know when you open up the Twitch chat and you try to type a sub chat or emote, they're pending. So you're not going to see any right now. So they're not gone. They're just under evaluation from Twitch until they approve them, which hopefully within 48 hours.
Yeah, I hope so. Because I was about to click pay right now.
Yeah, let me just work on them. Let me make sure. And then let me just position them so they kind of look good on the shirts and stuff and the hoodies.
Dude. And the shirts? Your shirts go up to 3XL.
Really?
Yeah, the what is it? Bottom left. 25. Yeah.
Thank you, Airdarm.
Extra dollars, but
let me see. T-shirts.
it costs.
Oh wow.
But it goes to 3x, yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Well, I can probably guess that 2XL and 3XL, you have to understand that from their point, that's not as large of a demand, so they don't have the amount of quantity. So because it's a specific size, it's like buying shoes. You ever go online to buy shoes and you...
If that hoodie could go 3XL, you know it's going... All those, you always worry about whether it's going to shrink or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, because you don't know the quality of this material that they use.
I mean, I've bought stuff from other streamers like this, and the shirts sometimes questionable.
They run a size smaller, you said?
Yeah, slightly. After a wash, especially. Or like half a size.
Well, I think that's almost anything. Actually, you're right. What kind of material? I'm assuming cotton, probably, or poly, or I don't know, I have to see.
Hey, that's actually cool.
You have a game today. What? Anna, what are you doing? Everybody still sleeping?
Cost together.
Yeah, I got the prices pretty low. I've seen streamers sell like the shirts for like 35, 40 bucks and hoodies for 50. I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm more I don't care for the profit. I'd rather just get this out. Yeah.
Can you get another color mousepad? Or just background wise.
I don't think so. Give me a second. Let me check.
Okay.
Unfortunately, one color, just white. Yeah. Black would have been great. Why did they only have
Red,
white?
Blue, green, purple for gesture, you know?
Let me see
Do you have
cups
different
too.
sizes, or is it just the same size?
Cups is just white. Oh, that sucks.
Which means the only way you'd be able to outdo that is if you did a full image.
Yeah, I was gonna say with the mouse pad. Give me a second. Let me check something here. Let's say I chose this, and if I do the designed. Wait, what the? Oh, I can't edit. You can't edit mouse pads yet.
You got two pads too. I think I'd go more with the colored one, the internal color, because you got the how to put it old school look.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. And then you got the middle one with the color added. The color added one looks sick. Actually,
The one that's like slanted.
the one with I should say just the one with orange.
Okay, okay. Yeah, let me. Yeah, so the one was just a test. Let me just. How do I remove it? Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, that other one looks so much better with the color.
Yeah, I know. Okay, here we go. Let me remove these.
I like the one with color. So more coverage there, you know, I like that.
Yeah, I wanted to get a more three-dimensional look, which definitely came the way I wanted it. I wanted to keep the original logo, but like re-advance it, you know? Re-advance it. What the hell is that? Is that even a word?
Move it forward.
Like re-enhance that, not re-advance that. Advance. What? Wow.
Make it more modern.
Also,
Yes.
Give me I'm gonna have to.
So the downside, cups and mouse pads only white, unfortunately. And I can't edit the image, so that means how it is how it is. Yeah, I was gonna do a full scale image just to cover the white, but that's not the case.
Or a double-sided panel. I wonder if like that style was on one side and then it's also on the other side.
Yeah.
So it's visible on both sides.
I do have more. Yeah, that's coming soon. Here, let me check. Design. There is a back, but it's coming soon. It's not here yet.
Okay. Dude, imagine if you blew that size up on the hoodie and put it on the back.
Right?
Oh, that'd be cool.
I wish you can add two images though. That'd be kind of cool. So I can just put like my. That means I'll have to redo the image.
I know. I'm always here to fuck with you, Trix. Like,
No.
That shit big.
No, yeah, you guys are good. I love the feedback. It helps a lot because I need to see your guys' point of view.
Like look at Superman's emblem.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Right, it's like all like.
Right. Prominent. Takes the most of it. Heck yeah.
Yeah, the mouse pads are cool.
Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on.
And one more criticism. Can we at least get like Trix on there or something? Or like 07?
Oh yeah. I wonder if they have any more sizes than just that one size on the mouse pad.
I don't know.
How big is 779 by 925? Is that a big mouse pad?
Got it. Like, well, I think that's just the image render though. Like that's a picture pixel. That's a picture size. It's not a measurement.
I know, that's weird.
It's totally a picture. Like I'm trying to zoom in because it's white. I can't tell where it starts. Oh wait. I can see. I can't see where the top is though.
Yeah, I can't either. They're like when you go to the top, it like you lose the zoom thing.
Hey, now imagine this. I don't know what they call them, but you know the long-running mouse pads? Hold your keyboard and wrist rest and I mean, you don't have to have wrist rest and also flip spot for your mouse. Imagine if it was elongated, had its colored symbol like it does on this white one. And then it has this whole Trix 2007 scroll down.
Oh, that would be cool, yeah.
Right? Dude, I plan to buy all this, so if I can make any modification ideas, I'm down, man.
Yeah, we say had more stuff on there. It'd be cool if you had like that long mouse pad with the keyboard. Yeah, that would be.
And I just feel like they put too much of the white stuff on the front.
Yeah.
And it kind of draws me back. It wasn't until I saw that there were other colors on the inside. I do like charcoal, and I do like the black. Especially on that, how to say, middle one? The hype?
Oh, the hype one, yeah.
Yeah, and you get that all black.
Yeah, the white one doesn't look the best with that one.
Nah.
So it's okay, but I like the black shirt.
Hey, I'm a calculate this shirt right now.
Navy one's not bad, but I like the black one best.
Dude,
the red one sucks.
If I remember right, it's not the prices here that are scary. It's either the shipping or the tax that they add. I don't remember which.
Probably the shipping.
Probably both.
Yeah. They're gonna tax you out of the...
Dude, I'm gonna get it all. I'm down.
I want that one mouse pad and probably one of the shirts.
Okay.
The middle one. Oh, and you got the purple shirt on that one. And if you had that purple available in like that hoodie style with the color, that'd be sick too.
Let me check. No purple.
Because aren't you? So they haven't listed this.
Yeah, that's weird. So for the hoodies, I can only do gray heather, red, white, plastic navy, black, and charcoal.
Of things you can post.
No, I can put more. I got 3, 6, 9 right now. I could do mugs, t-shirts, cut stickers, hoodies, and mouse pads. That's it.
That bottom left one, the one that's voted gray. If you can get a purple one of that, that'd be sick. Because didn't you kind of like represent the whole purple and gold back in the day? Kind of like Jester. Or am I wrong? Because I used to remember you in your Jester hat.
Right. Yeah, and there's not like different types of shirts and hoodies either. Now there's also
the food one gets a purple. The bottom T one gets a purple.
Right. Now, if Stream Elements doesn't work out, I can always do Streamlabs. They have their
own marketing.
Yeah. So I'll give you guys the link for this one, but this one was never finished. Most of these were just references.
I was telling Jim, you know those elongated mouse pads?
Uh-huh.
Find a place that does those, and you add that colorful T symbol.
Mm-hmm.
And you do your normal stylizing that you do in your letters, with the same color like the orange yellow. Saying Trix 2007 across it. It'd be sick too. I would buy that in a heartbeat because I've been looking for an elongated mouse pad too. Okay. Well, thank God the shirt isn't all orange.
Sure, right. What happened to these? Why are these acting weird?
Which ones?
No, the Streamlabs one is being weird.
Oh, so I only see 2.
Yeah, no, yeah, it only shows 2. On here, it's showing everything's broken.
Vote for Trix to add more merch. I can do that.
This is a legacy item. If you delete the item, you can never.
Oh, it's a legacy item. It's something you retro-did, so to bring it back would be like rebooting a past item. Limited
Oh.
edition. All right, now back calculating this.
Oh, now it's not broken. I think it's Oh, that one works. Okay, hold on. Give me a second here. Let me see what's going on here.
I'll admit I probably won't get the paper thing that sticks to walls. I have no necessary need.
What? I can make shoes? Get out. I don't know if there's anybody's style though. But for clothing, I could do. Streamlabs is sneaky. They want you to become a Prime member to get all this extra.
Oh yeah. I think I can pull that. 205
Wow.
plus whatever tax and shipping.
You guys wear my boxer briefs? Be 82% polyester, 18% spandex. It's chlorine resistant fabric, cheeky fit, seamless and supportive, reversible design, all that good stuff.
I mean, if you can put that design on the crotch. Or bottom right leg, that'd be cool. It's like patched. Dude, if you could make pants.
Right. Let me see. I don't see pants. Yeah, I could do headwear, I could do hats, and like
I could do face masks.
right, face masks would be a big deal right now. I could do purse bags, cell phones, socks, cell phone cases, backpacks, sandals, fanny packs.
I'd do socks. I would put on the upper.
Yeah, I could do pillowcases, mugs. What is this? Beanie bag? Bean bag.
What color mugs do they offer?
Oh, this one they offer quite a bit. They got quite a bit.
But they make you pay for that Prime.
Some of it's Prime. Yeah, it's kind of bogus. I don't know how much Prime goes for it, but I'm pretty sure that's a monthly subscription. They have more, and I can even do. They do. I could do Notepad. I could do like folders.
Your son could go to school with everything you own.
Yeah, but I like the hats and stuff too. And of course, this is majority of this is Prime. Like at least 80% of this product. So it almost seems to be I have to go Prime to get like get the full deal out of this. Let me see. Prime is how much?
Probably pricey, if I remember right.
$19 a month.
That
Wow.
is kind of pricey.
That is.
And check out their yearly or their annual. Jesus, it'll make you cringe.
Yeah. No. Yeah. The annuals.
That's why XSplit needs to get in there. Change that up.
Okay. So yeah, but the Streamlabs did have nice options.
Yeah. But yeah, if you get that color design on the mousepad, and then get... Oh no, you do get that. Okay, I see. Never mind. Why is the image on one of them bigger than the one on the upper right?
Yeah, most of these I had to refix up and everything. So here's another one. This is a different site. I don't know. This one they have t-shirts, tank top, baseball tees, hoodies, sweatshirts, phone cases, stickers, and mugs. So pretty much the same stuff. But let's just see maybe with hoodies, see if they have a...
Dude, bottom right design. Bottom right design for the phone case. If that was on a mousepad, that'd be cool. If you could find one that doesn't elongated mousepad, the mug design would be cool. On an elongated mousepad. I'd pick
They got
that.
everything on. Dang. Streamlabs is everything. Wow.
Yeah, Streamlabs is insane, man. But
95% of it's Prime.
right, I wonder if you just need the Prime just to post it, and then hold on, give me 1 second.
I do like his designs on Stream Elements better though.
Yeah, they are nicer.
Yep. You know, it's only going to cost me a base price of $209 to get everything, so. Not counting shipping and taxes.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
That's fine for me. I'm still waiting for my deposit. I ain't got nothing to do with it, man. I'll buy it all. I'll buy one of each, and I mean it. I hope I post some chat.
Take a look here. What?
Oh, nothing. I was talking about buying all the stuff you have on Stream Elements.
Stream Elements seems like the best one, and it's cheaper. Designed by humans is expensive. Yeah. Yeah. So technically, Streamlabs is useless without. Well, actually, let me take a look. Do they have hoodies without Prime? Okay, here's a hoodie without Prime. First, the cool ones are Prime. Okay, so let me just do the basic one. Let me just see what colors they have here. This one you could do front print, back print. Oh, but it costs more the more print you put. You could do left sleeve, right sleeve. So yeah, Streamlabs that obviously has the bit more selection with everything. In terms of color, wow, just black. That defeat the purpose there.
I like the Stream Elements one better.
Yeah.
Only slight modification.
Stream Elements does. I mean, I can add these to Streamlabs, but
they had a zip-up version.
Which one? The jacket?
On the hoodies, yeah. Or any type of jacket zip-up.
How do I? Wait, can I? Hold on. Let me see if that's even an option.
At least have one zip-up option if possible.
Nah, they just got the pullovers. That's it. That's the only ones.
Okay.
Or yeah.
Are you more options the more you sell, or how does this work?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Here's another one.
Huh?
Here's another selling place where you can sell your stuff.
Well, there's a bunch of them.
This one has everything. Holy cow.
What?
Wow, I do bed sheets.
Yeah, you got everything here.
Wow.
Have sex on Trix's face. Yep.
Right. So let's see here. So here you could do, there's clothing. So you could do dresses, hoodies, sweatshirts, leggings, skirts, socks, t-shirts, tank tops, stickers, phone cases, wall art. You could do bath mats, clots, coats, coasters, dang, shower curtains, everything. And these are just
Tricks at your house, Tricks.
right. Let's see here. I do a shower curtain. Let's take a look how much other people are charging. Never lows. Oh, here we go. $60. Oh, a bit steep.
Maybe that's where the
but they look nice.
yeah, but you gotta be like.
But that could just be these people.
$60 for a shower.
Right.
I wouldn't even buy Summit 1G's $60 shower kit. I don't care if there was $20 tucked into a pocket. That's shower curtain.
Wow, they sell. You can do baby clothes.
Oh jeez. Dude, have your food symbol on some baby clothes? food? Oh, yeah, little baby, I'll give you food. There you go.
That was crazy.
Imagine. Dude, hey, when you say baby clothes, does that include cloth diapers?
Probably.
You know that would be cool, Jim.
That would be,
Walk around with a T strut on his back end.
yeah.
I know this might seem degrading, but get that hype symbol, put it on the front of diapers. Yeah, every time they use body, there you go. Yeah, hype.
Yeah.
You could even make a clock. Wow.
Dude, a
Great.
Trix clock would be sick.
Oh,
Right?
they've got masks.
Seriously?
They got masks.
Yeah, on that one that I just sent you. The
Face masks?
Yeah,
Or-
it's got. Yeah, face masks.
Wow.
Yeah, soon, but they got them.
Of course they're coming soon. Let me see face mask. Well, wow, people's been searching that. Nope, no face masks yet, but yeah, you're right. It's coming soon.
It's coming soon.
$30.
Water bottles.
I mean, I guess
glass bags.
sounds about right. They go for about $15-20 usually, but
Yeah.
but I mean, it depends on the material. Yeah. All right, so let me make an account here, and true. We'll see.
Easy to do because I made an account and just it just gives you a whole list of everything. You don't have to actually like add it to, and then you could edit it where you want.
Geez, it went from 12 to 3 real quick.
Right. Yeah, it's 6 in the morning for me. I'll probably be getting off here in a second, but I'm just kind of looking over some of this stuff.
Let's play some Smite.
Maybe later.
Stickers.
Later on, sure, yeah. How do I do this?
Towel mugs, leggings, miniskirts.
Leggings, oh my gosh.
Bath mats, water bottles, holy cow, socks.
Water
pants.
bottles?
Water bottle, yeah. They got everything here, holy cow. Pillows,
price you're paying
floor
now.
pillows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
Streamlabs
Yeah.
makes you pay Prime, but what does this do? Increase the price?
Yeah, I don't know. Because I know it said free to set it up, so I don't know how much they charge for you to sell it. My symbols don't work because they're too small. I have to like blow it up.
Just let me know when your merch goes through on Elements.
Yeah, no, definitely. You know, I'm gonna do this for now, and maybe instead of dealing with like companies, I might just like get like equipment, do it myself at home. I mean, if it gets overwhelming, then it'll be different. But I think for now, so that way I can put it cheaper and definitely be able to save more money for the stream instead. Let's see here. So oh wow. You just put one thing on and it goes up. I can get water bottles.
Yeah, they got everything.
Oh, yep, I see the masks. I see it right there. Wow. Coming soon. Problem is, this logo is taking up too much space. So how do I... Problem with this one though is like it automatically puts all your image on everything. So I don't know, is there like a certain size I should be doing here?
No, you could. I've seen you could like individually edit everything, so you probably could change the sizes.
I know I was almost tempted to get fart and fired, but I couldn't think like what I wanted with it. Yeah, I figured because those are commands we type a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta see what size. You said what?
Thomas is one that types it like I don't know how many times. He likes that command. You could have probably did like a you hold in your nose or something like that.
True, true.
Or like you, the character bend over or something like that, and you can see like the fumes coming out.
How do I see my store?
We're done with the game, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Alright, cool. I don't have to listen to music anymore.
Oh, there you go. How do I do this? So when I give you guys this link, what pops up? What's up, Erda? How's it going, bro? Does it show you guys anything or no?
Checking.
Just takes you to your profile like page. It says you can follow, and that's
All the options for something, but
When I put works, nothing pops up.
so it's picked.
Where's shop? Show. Or what if I just type my name? Oh, view shop. Here we go. Why is it like that? That's a weird way. Yeah, so here's my shop. Or is it... Maybe it's pending.
like goes in your shop. Nope. It must be pending or something.
Yeah, it must be, because you would think that's where the page would be.
Because I just searched for you too, and then I clicked view shop, and it takes me right to the same thing.
Oh, hold on. Let me check here. I got some shop settings. Hold on. I don't have any collections yet. Really? It's weird, huh? I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, maybe it needs to be pending or something. No idea. I don't know. Okay.
You have to check your email for.
Oh.
Confirm that's your email. That's how you get it set up.
Gotcha. Yeah, you might be right.
It says before you make your artwork available for sale, you'll.
Nah, the only email I got from them was if this was not you. That's it. There's nothing for verification. Oh, wait.
If you don't receive an email, try following. Check your junk folder. Try entering another email.
I got it. I had to do it manually.
Something that can be done with control.
You said what?
I proved today that something can be done with a controller.
Yeah, you did good, man.
Hi, Aradar. When's the last time you spoke here?
Okay, the shot's working now. All right, so here's kind of an idea. Guys, you should be able to check it out now. Just maybe the same link, maybe.
Yep. Oh, cool. The shower curtain. Wow, $57.14. Wow.
Well, look, it's black, and look at that cool letter T, man. Can you imagine showering every day in that?
Yeah, that's cool, but dang. What's the acrylic block? Food acrylic block. Can I
Honestly, some of this stuff I have no idea. So when you click it, does it give you more options?
Okay, I get what it is. It's kind of like
Oh, I see it.
4 and a 6x6. Cool.
It's cool.
Wow, that's kind of cool though. Oh,
So,
that's cool.
so what happened to my other stuff? I thought I just messed everything up. Let me hit. Oh, here we go. Shop all products. Oh. Yep, there we go. You just click shop all products, and then you'll see the more of the other stuff.
That is a cool thing though. Whatever it's supposed to be. That acrylic block.
Wow, actually, this is like fitted perfect. Like whatever it automatically did was awesome. That top skin, dude, they got everything here. There's my clock. Oh, I just left the website.
shows you have 2 designs.
Huh?
Shows you have 2 designs. I couldn't find any others.
Yeah, so when you go there, you see where it shows you just the 2 items. Oh yeah, it only does show 2. Okay, hold on. Why is it doing that? I think you just click it first. Click one of them. No, actually, never mind. Okay, back to the main shop page. I think you just click Explore Designs. And then below it, you'll see Show All Products.
Yep, I found it.
Wow, stuff looks pretty cool.
Click there. Yeah, there's some cool stuff here.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. We're going to begin off here in just a moment, guys. But we'll be live again here soon. I'm doing good. Yeah, what do you guys think about this, though?
Yeah, that graphic t-shirt's cool.
Yeah, see, I'm getting more comfortable with this. And again, I'm still going to add more designs. I'm going to do some... Oh, iPhone wallet. Look at that.
Fuck is cool, but it's kind of cut off, though. It needs to be, like...
Yeah. All right, so give me an example. Which one are you looking at? Ooh, I like the pillows.
The clock.
The clock? Okay, let me look at the clock. Let me see if I can edit or anything. Let me see if it gives me the option, which I'm assuming it does.
Is the food, it just has 0 and then part of the D. It's missing, like, most of it. It's like, ooh. Cover $105 for... Yeah. It does look cool, but man, that's... Can you edit the prices, or is it just that's what they charge? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a down payment on... That's crazy.
That's half the payment of your processor.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at the clock. How do I edit this? Oh, you could choose. You could change the hand color. Look at that.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh my god! I just added this to the cart. Wow. How do I change the?
You're gonna buy your own clock.
I think I gotta go to my page. Hold on. Let's see here. God, there's so much going on with this website, bro.
I think there's a floor pillow. I never heard of a floor pillow. I've heard of a throw pillow, but not a floor pillow. Yeah, just buy a floor pillow. Here you go. This is the floor.
You can always keep on the floor. Just beat it up.
And then leave the throw pillow there where it's at.
Couch pillows. These ones are floor.
How do I edit anything? I can't.
Should be able to. I would have to do that before you put the store out, so you might have to go back.
Yeah, so that means I'll have to go one by one with each item. There's got to be an easier way, though. Okay, I can edit the Oh, okay, I found it. Okay. All right, let me just do the clock as an example. Where's the clock at? Found it.
This is with the food one. Only because it makes it look like you have sunglasses, green sunglasses on the top of your hat.
Oh wow, it updates in real time. Look at that. Oh, I could change the background color to anything. See, that's what this website. Well, where'd this site come from? Because I don't remember this one.
I just Google searched.
Do you guys like the black, or should I change the... Okay, check the clock again, and let me know how it looks now.
One that you might want to check out is with the T. It doesn't really show anything.
Which one?
The T.
Which product though?
It was a mug. Just a straight mug.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It just shows like a. Okay, hold on.
The travel mug. Shit.
I don't get what's going on here. Oh, it's just showing me two sides. Okay.
The clock is still messed up. It's like cut off.
The clock? Wait, which clock are we looking at?
Different resolution clocks. What different resolution pictures to upload
The
46 was.
food clock is what I was looking at.
Oh, the food clock.
The T one looks cool.
Right. A duvet cover?
So if you do the black with the black, that looks cool.
I gotta. This is like weird. Okay, hold on. So I gotta go manage portfolio. Like the thing, and you said the food clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, guys? Yeah. Right now I'm just working on something here. I'll show you guys where I'm at. I'm actually right here right now. You guys can see what I'm doing. All right. Take a look here. Food clock. Where is it? Am I losing my marbles here? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Got to redbubble.com.
Ooh, what?
Go through the search history, you typed R, and all of a sudden you saw RedTube.
Right, right.
And below that it said Redbubble. Oh, what's Redbubble?
I kinda wish they had some mouse pads on that one too. That'd be kinda.
Yeah, true. They would at least have different colors. Maybe there is. Maybe we just gotta find it. But they got laptop skins and stuff. Why not? Why not mouse pads?
Condoms would be cool too. Too far.
Wow.
It would
Yeah,
be
it's not too far. It would be, but
Trix's face right on the.
right on the right on the tip.
Yeah, and food written on the side.
Yep, right, right.
Oh man.
It's educational.
Mm-hmm.
True.
F O O.
Okay, how about the food clock now? Is it better?
Yeah, let's check it real quick.
I'm sorry, everybody.
Did it actually change?
Give it a second. It might. It should.
On mine, it still shows the OO. And then part of a D.
Oh, part of a D.
Yeah, only part of it. And then like
Oh, hold on. I forgot to save my work. Give me a second. I'm sorry.
that might be a reason why.
Hope I didn't do that with the other one either. Okay, now you should be able to see it differently.
Drums, man.
Oh, yeah, that looks better. Yeah, much better. It actually fits.
Yay!
That's also what she said.
Yay! So yeah, the clock didn't edit right because I. What did I do?
Oh, the black one, the black frame kind of looks good with the food.
Yeah, so I think upon ordering too, you can change the frame or like the background colors. You should be able to have it.
Yeah, you could change anything. Yeah, you could change the hands to whatever color you want.
So it seems like this one in Stream Elements is going to be the one I don't want to rock with. I'll just have to sit here and just fiddle with it to make them all fit, but for the most part, it looks good.
Yeah, I agree.
This one just has that, and this is I don't need Prime for this.
Yeah, you know, it's free too, so. The only thing that sucks is the prices. Yeah, some of the stuff is not bad, but some of it's kind of.
Like a $26 scarf. Why does it say it's a scarf when it's almost as big as that woman?
There's a greeting card. What the heck? I'm gonna buy a greeting card that says food.
The letter T on it. How many Timothys do you know?
Yeah. Or just the food with. Then put in there, me want food.
Food. Just really dig the water bottle. Or the travel mug and the water bottle.
Yeah, those are cool.
Like the design fits so well.
It does.
Hey, there you go, Trix. Hang that up in your office. The framed art print.
The framed art print?
The framed art print. Hang that up in your stream room. For the tea. Yes.
Yeah, so I'll have to sit here and just play with all of these.
Pick the iPhone wallet case. Because it's all finished. It goes like all the way around.
Graphic tee with the T looks awesome.
Oh my god, it's daytime outside. Holy macaroni. Yeah, I'll sit here when I'm not like not streaming, and I'll go ahead and fiddle with all these, and I'll add more designs for you guys. I don't even think I have a shop banner, I don't think.
Yeah, the food one needs, a lot of them needs to be like
Yeah.
differently sized.
A lot of it, what's happening is you can load up your artwork and then it just auto assigns it to all the products. So I have to sip one by one and just fiddle with it, and
Adjust everything, yeah.
I will.
Some look great, and the other ones are kind of. The food ones, but yeah, even on here though, you got like a hand
right
covered journal. It's kind of.
I liked one of his shirts that had the food art messed up because it made it look like it had sunglasses on its head.
Right.
It looks cool that way. Samsung Galaxy Snap case. Ooh. Which Samsung Galaxy though? Samsung Galaxy Snap case.
I've never heard of the Samsung Galaxy Snap. Is that a new phone?
Yeah, I never heard of that either.
Okay, so it's for an S10. Oh, it got everyone. Samsung Galaxy S3. Oh.
Leggings though, Trix.
What happened?
You see those stockings or leggings that you passed?
I know. Right? That's crazy. Some of these are not even enabled, so it looks like I'm gonna have to enable to a lot of these.
I can see Trix buying his own case for his phone.
Right. Well, right now I think I have
To see him in his own leggings.
oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now I have to, sit back on the chair, legs up, and advertise my product,
Hey, just get a VR headset, play Beat Saber in them.
Right. Yeah, I have to sit here and play with them.
Coasters. Gotta get some coasters.
Jim is excited as heck. I think he's gonna cancel his PC order and buy all your merch.
There's some cool stuff, man. It looks cool.
Way more excited about the merch than his PC.
Yeah, this is something I should have done a long time ago, and I've always wanted to do this. I just never sat and actually did it, and I'm doing it. I have to. I've been wanting to do this for the longest time, and I've been procrastinating big time. People's been blowing me up, and you know how much of this stuff I could have sold if I actually was on it before. What happened to the website?
Be worried about bills and stuff.
Right. I mean, because this would be out of stream. This would be something that people can buy and actually use.
Mm-hmm.
It's also open to the free market too.
Yeah.
Because people are gonna see this, be like, "Oh, that's cool. I gotta check that out."
Yeah. It's a lot of work though. I gotta sit here one by one, but it's doable, and I gotta do it. But I have to get some more artwork too. I'm thinking like I don't know. It's hard to decide. What I want.
The Trixzbot emote.
Yeah, I want to do holiday stuff. Oh yeah.
That one's
Hey,
cool.
don't do the shower curtain one. Don't do it. Someone's gonna fall on their back and they're gonna blame me.
You'll get sued.
Oh, right. I'm gonna be like, what was it? The one selling bath salts?
Red Bull gives you wings. I'm gonna jump off. Or you're in the...
Oh,
That is true. Yeah, I'll have to see.
That'd be bad.
All right, so I don't know if you guys can see more or not, but I'm adding more. I think that's enough of the cartoon for now. I got the logo for cartoons. I think that's good enough, and then I think I'm gonna do different other designs here soon.
Chance to earn loot.
Let me see how the mascot looks. I don't think the mascot's gonna fit right because it's gonna be all. Yeah, I don't. Well, actually. No, I don't think I'm gonna add this. Nah. Yeah, I'm not gonna do this one. It's cool for now. I'll be putting some more though. Don't worry. Oh wait, I didn't. Oh wait. So what I should probably do is not make sure I do all the items, maybe just upon request or something, but definitely keep like t-shirts, hoodies, you know, things I know people are going to want the most. All right. Well, you know what, guys? I think it's getting kind of late. I'm probably going to get some rest. For the rest of you guys, I'll definitely catch you guys later. We'll try to do a stream later. We'll see how things go. If not, we'll do it the following day, guys. But until then, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you so much for coming in, guys.